Come on now, Sashina. We're leaving the spanking to me. Not even the mods get to do that. Hi guys. Give me 1 second. I'm almost ready. Sashina, check your email. I emailed you moments ago, and you'll see why. Also, somebody should definitely try and put some exclamation mark gobble in the chat and see what happens. Hi guys. I hope you're doing well. Select join. Um, I hope you're doing well today. It is Sunday, September the 10th, 2023. We are here gathered for our regular weekly Court Watching Anonymous meeting. Uh, I am thankful that you're here, and we will, in a little bit, go ahead and share about our court addictions, as we always do on Sunday evenings. Anyways, you guys, seriously, I hope you're doing well today. One day at a time, Jonathan, exactly one case at a time, like I like to say. Maybe even one docket at a time. It looks like I have some features back. What do you mean? Like in the game? Or on I don't know. Uh, oh, betting is not open for that. Streamlabs does not know what they're talking about. What the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I sit down with Streamlabs for just a little bit. I said to him, I said, Streamlabs, listen, Jonathan really pulled through the clutch for me last night. I made him a mod. And then Sashina has been helping me for a long time, keeping a Google document for me to never act upon because that's the way I am. But I found a way that Sashina might be able to act upon it herself and add the commands that we need right away. So that's why I modded Sashina as well, because I think we'd all agree she's a bit of our wordsmith in the group at this point. Fuck, there's a fly in here. Oh my God. I'm gonna be so mad. Um, but I also at the same time realized I was like, oh, hadn't modded Streamlabs yet. Now I've done it. I'm not very happy about it. I'm not happy at all about it, I'll tell ya. Add a command fly. Yoshida, figure it out. I don't know how. I don't know how to use the command thing. You did it! For fuck's sakes. Holy moly. You did that on your first guess. Oh. See, now that, wow. Holy moly. We're gonna need to check. She is already an expert. You see what happens when you wait, folks? See, if you give that away on the first day, no, this is not the kind of modding you get. But you guys don't know it. You've all been running a mod Olympiad this whole time. Oh, that's amazing. Um, I can't believe you figured that out on the first try. That's insane. I'm really like blown away by that and impressed, Sashina. I'm super impressed. I even wrote in the email, I was like, here's what they said, but it didn't seem like it. Okay, great. Well, so I sent you also a list of most of the commands that I thought I've already added. There's a few more in there. And then we can have a fun night figuring out some fun commands to add. Don't worry about it. If you add them and we don't like them, I can change them later. We can change them, no problem. So, uh, T-Rex, listen, first of all, I can't mod you in good conscience and require you to do the things I need when you're driving. But you did also come through in the penis is not on there yet, presto. I don't know what to add for penis. But Sashina, you could go back and look at your list that you made, and if there's not one already in there for it, you could probably add those too. Uh, what else are we doing tonight? Oh, can you guys clock in for the video? I decided you don't have to though, Sashina. Like again, oh, eggplant would be a good one too. Oh, can somebody put sexy AF command in the chat and see if that works? Oh, I really want to see green in the chat, Vicky. I get the blue, but in no, and Streamlabs is a fucking liar because there's no betting. I don't understand. Um, oh, so you can click that link. Interesting. Okay, great. Sweet. Wow. We could really write today off as a fucking work day. I accomplished today. Oh, oh. Guys, how does it feel to be addicted to court? You know that's why we're all together. Each one of us somehow came to be interested in this weird corner of YouTube. Okay, now Sashina's betting on things that aren't happening. This is the problem when we have the casino. But this is like an ADHD like mecca. It's a mecca. I don't fucking I'm gonna unmod Streamlabs. I think I might unmod Stream. I don't know. It is easier to rationalize as being better than addicted to a lot of things. But also, Courtney, I think on top of that, like as a, let's say, neutral addiction, like yes, it may take up a lot of your time, but it doesn't cost anything for the most part, right? Like you can watch court for free. And so that's why I mean neutral, right? Like there's really, I mean, as much as most of our families would say there are absolutely negative effects of us all watching court at this all the time, and probably including, I bet a lot of us yell objection a lot. Do you? Because I do. I find myself yelling objection. Bye, T-Rex. Um, Beverly Bradford court TV trials got you started again. I only notice positive effects. I love the straight to the point mindset, Courtney. Um, Honestly, what I find is that when I'm watching court, there's two parts of me. There is, wow, this is interesting. I'm feeling really grateful that I get to watch this because this is real court. This is real. This isn't reality TV. This is real. Then, as most oftentimes, I can, in a bad way, sit there and go, oh, look it. You actually do have your shit together, girlfriend. Do you see what this person did? You didn't do that. And I'm like, I know. You're right. I didn't. This is great. And then there's the third prong of just having cool friends to hang out with all the time. And and then the gambling. I mean, there's many, many things to go on. But seriously, when I used to watch court all the time, like even just by myself, I remember being like, you have your shit together in comparison to these people. And it's not true sometimes, right? Sometimes getting caught and arrested and charged with a crime is really just luck of the draw in a way. Streamlabs, I don't know. I don't know. There is also a way I might be able to make Streamlabs be called Reverse Karen, but I'm not sure about how to do it, to be honest. I think I pay money to do it, but I haven't quite figured out the button to use. Anyways, what do you guys have for dinner tonight? Um, if you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had for dinner. I had uh nothing yet because it's only 5:18. Why would I eat that early? I'm not an old person. So, nothing. Um, but I'll accept that some of you are eating earlier. Sashina had lasagna. Beverly wishes she had tacos. I wish I had tacos too, Beverly. Feel like that. Noodles. Courtney, I recently posted in the Credence and Mikey Discord. Uh, that's a second story. I'm gonna write this down. No, I'm not, because I don't have the pen. I thought I had. I don't. I'm not gonna write it down. Um, I was sitting having breakfast by myself. That's the trigger, by the way, for the second story is breakfast by myself. So somebody remind me of that after. But I was sitting having breakfast by myself and I was watching or just listening to Court, being on my phone, eating my breakfast, like very quite happy, right? By myself at a restaurant. And this girl walks in wearing a sweatshirt that is a ramen package, right? Like to a T, beef noodles ramen, like Mr. Noodles. And I just was like, you thought you were living your best life today, but did you put on a ramen sweatshirt? You didn't. So you aren't living your best life today. She right there is living her best life today. like like I was just like so immediately jealous that she had this ramen package sweatshirt. And I took a picture of her surreptitiously and I posted it on the Discord. Again, I guess I should blur these people's faces out. I mean, they're out in public. Anyways, so I haven't even forgotten yet. I must be medicated. Oh, I am. I'm early medicated, so that's why I'm gonna remember this. But were the arms part of the package? Yeah. Like that was more red, but like the main noodle ball, it was great. It was great. Thank you, Melanie. Billy Elliot's here. So the trigger for the second story was eating alone at the restaurant. And here's the thing. I sat there eating alone, right? I was wearing my headphones, had my phone propped up. I was laughing out loud at certain things, just literally enjoying myself. And I remembered this time when I used to work and go on my lunch break and there was nobody to go on your lunch break with because there like everybody that you worked with that you knew was working. It had to split lunch breaks. And I used to get so embarrassed going to sit in a restaurant by myself. And I love to read. And nowadays I read on my phone a lot or I watch videos, but back in the day I used to read books quite a bit. And I wanted to go and sit in restaurants and just sit by myself and eat. And for some reason, there's some part of my brain that was like, that's weird. Don't do that. You're fucking weird. And now I'm so thankful that I have no qualms about that now because you don't, again, I guess just age and like wisdom comes after you just realize, oh, I don't have to worry about what everyone fucking thinks all the time. They're not worried about me. They're wearing ramen sweatshirts, okay? Everybody's living their best life. Go live your best life. Your best life is eating this food. It was delicious, by the way. I just I had this very quite visceral flashback to talking myself out of going to a restaurant once for lunch because I was by myself. And it was just so weird to me because maybe it's the phone. Maybe it's like having my phone and having people, my friends, basically you guys, the internet online all the time. So I never really feel alone in the same sense. Maybe I would have felt alone if I didn't have my phone the same way. But I didn't, and I was so happy about that. Um, okay, so sushi. Here's the thing, Vicky, or you've never tried sushi. Beverly's never tried sushi. First of all, when you try, ladies, my girls, I posted a bit of a seafood fe feast the other day. Maturity. Yeah, that's the word, Helmet. I think that's the word. Um, the key to sushi, if you don't want to do it or like it, is to start cooked and with something you like. So, especially where I live in Canada, you can get what I would call Americanized sushi um pretty much anywhere you go. One of my absolute favorites, and if you aren't into sushi, this is probably the roll I would recommend to start with, is called a cowboy roll. Hi, that weird Matt guy. So it's actually cooked beef that's like got nice barbecue sauce, a little bit sort of sweet barbecue sauce, shredded with a little bit of mayo and cucumbers, wrapped in the rice and the seaweed or the nori. Um, the sushi that I posted on the Discord recently that I went for is different. We've got nigiri, which is not doesn't have any seafood in it, right? Courtney, we're not gonna do that, but yes. Um, but seriously, the key is getting used to a slightly vinegared rice taste, that comes from using yeah, and it is really good, Melanie. It's such a great intro sushi for somebody that doesn't necessarily want sushi, because the only thing you're getting used to is sort of the flavor and texture of a small amount of rice and a small sushi love, a small bit of seaweed. And again, I would tell you right now, seaweed, first of all, dried seaweed was one of my favorite snacks in the world. It is super cheap, super low calories. You could eat fucking literally, you couldn't because you would get sick probably, but it's so light, you could eat pounds of it almost, right? And it's it is salty and I know, Courtney, it's very salty. That's why I like it. I mean, I'm upfront about my addiction to salt, right? Like the ramen packet girl, I was thinking like, oh my God, on the back is there like the salt package? Because that's the one I really like. I fucking like salt. Sometimes I'll just eat that. And never ever go to Walmart for no 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 no. Don't no no no. Don't God. Don't go to Walmart for sushi. Um again, the thing about it is start with something you like and start with it cooked and then you work your way up. I didn't eat raw fish until very recently in the last number of years where I've literally gotten able to be like, "No, you do like this. It tastes good." Your brain says no and your body says yes. So the sushi restaurant that I went to last time is all you can eat sushi for $40 a person, and you get 2 hours, and you don't. It's not like a buffet. It's made to order. So, um, it's pretty good. I posted everything we ordered last time on the Discord, and it was quite a lot of food, but we enjoyed it mostly. Lately in Canada, there has been a really, and I say lately, in the last since COVID. Um, it's been more difficult to get really high quality sushi for cheap. We've been spoiled here. Because we live on the coast and because we have a lot of uh, an Asian population, we have, in general, had good access to pretty cheap sushi. Like I could go to a few places I know that are like cheap and get very good quality sushi. uh they haven't been able to have the same variety lately. um like we don't have any Chinese buffets in my city anymore because it's such a weird city. The profit margins aren't there. I mean, we're full of vegetarians and vegans, and sushi's very kitschy, very popular. um for anybody wondering, I live in the on the west coast of British Columbia, on Vancouver Island. So again, it is all about the sushi chef that's in front of you. It's about how they prepped that rice, how they cut the fish, how they assemble everything. Um, there's a big difference between that and the southernmost tip, you know. But yeah, there's a big difference between that and um, grocery store sushi. But I will say this. If I go to the grocery store and I want to pick up a California roll, that might be $12, right, for one roll of sushi I would eat, of things where I'm like, okay, this is good. Um, you have to imagine I can get maybe three and a half or four of those rolls for $40. At the sushi place, I can get fucking um, miso soup, salads, tempura, udon noodles, ramen, fucking yakitori. I can get everything for $40. So it's hard now to justify buying like to go sushi when I know, like, oh, maybe you should just make a night of it and go get a bunch of sushi and really enjoy it. Near Nanaimo, it's funny that you know Nanaimo. I am not in Nanaimo. I'm in Victoria, British Columbia, which is on the southernmost tip of Vancouver Island, as they like to say. You do need a passport to come to Canada, Sashina, as far as I'm aware. But I would be happy to go out for dinner with you guys. I would love to show you around. And don't forget, I'm a freaking tour guide. I literally have written many, many tours. If any of you have been on an Alaskan cruise in the last like 5 years, most likely you've been on a tour that I helped create because we, I used to, that was my job. Um, anyways, I know Sashina, but I want to come see you too. We gotta meet, and then you can come here too. Listen, anybody that comes to the island, if you're ever coming, please reach out to me and let me know. Because like I said, I am actually like I've worked in the tourism industry for a long time, and I would be happy to help you plan some things for your itinerary if you're coming to make sure that you hit the best things and get the best deals. Um, Victoria, where I live, is beautiful. Every day I wake up and I'm thankful for where I live. That has increased more and more the older I've gotten and the more I've traveled. No offense anywhere else, but it is pretty cool. And I don't think this is the truth with a lot of people. And it's not about your family or your friends, but it's about like, when you get back to somewhere after being on vacation, a lot of people I talk to, they say, "Oh, I pine to go back." You know, I I miss where I was on vacation. And every time I've come back to Vancouver Island, I've always felt like, "Oh shit, this is the best place on earth." Like maybe the people that I wanted to hang out with aren't here, or the attractions that I might want to see aren't there, but the physical environment is just glorious, and you don't realize what you have until you have it. If you live on the west coast of the United States in the Pacific Northwest, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. It's a very rugged and beautiful landscape that you get used to and spoiled with, I would say. I spent my youth living here and didn't realize this wasn't what the world was like for everybody. It's hard to take yourself out of your own shoes and go to other people's shoes, especially when you're younger. So I literally didn't comprehend people hadn't seen the ocean in their life. Like, I can smell the ocean here sometimes. I can get to the ocean in 5 minutes, 3 minutes probably. I mean, it's been part of my life, my whole life. And I guess I live on an island and I just didn't recognize how weird that might be. But yeah. Anyways, I don't even know what we started talking about with, but if you're just getting here, please clock in for your shift by hitting that like button. Make sure to tell us where you live, but where you wish you lived. That's what I'd like to hear, actually. Where you live, but where you wish you lived. That would be great to hear. Um, Also, we do have some court tonight to watch because this is not AA, where even though we talk about it won't give you driving directions to the island. Sashina, it does, but it'll have a 80 or 75-mile ferry ride from Vancouver to Vancouver Island. And Billy, yeah, I the Scottish genes do keep me near the ocean. I think that's absolutely true. Oh, look at everybody. I love seeing where all you wanted to live and are living. Um, anyways, like I was saying, this is not AA. So while I recognize that all of us, including myself, have an addiction to court, I am going to feed that addiction. I'm a bad influence. Okay, Dallas City, Illinois. Fort Smith. I don't know what those are. On Vulcan, Jay from Michigan says. Uh, Live by the lake in Ohio. Originally born in California, Beverly. Love it. I never said Earth. I never did. I don't mean that it has to be Earth. Hello, Sarah. What an intern. Let's do an F in the chat for interns everywhere. F in the chat for interns who do them so that we can all do what we do. This girl is on fucking the camera more than the goddamn prosecutor in this state. And I mean, Steven Tyler is busy, so I sort of get that. But poor unpaid workers. I know, right? Like, Jesus Christ. In my then youth, I would like pine to be an intern. I was like, oh, paid internships are good. I know Disney is a good internship, Melanie. You'll agree with me on that. And I believe that wholeheartedly. Listen, I love watching Undercover Boss. I love watching all these shows where people, um, companies are able to show and prove that they're a good company. I used to work. I've had so many jobs I actually can't count. I don't think that's a bad thing. Other people do. It's why I don't have all on one resume. Why the fuck would I do that? That would just be like, don't hire her. So I haven't really counted, but I do know that I have had lots and lots of jobs. And some places have been amazing at taking care of employees. And then some places have been horrible. Jonathan's had the same job for 15 years. The same job title? The only job that I've had for the last 15 years is mom. That's the best one that I've kept. And probably the only one that hasn't changed title. And listen, I respect staying with the same employer. I've worked for, I mean, it doesn't sound like I could be because I've had so many, but I've worked for some employers for some time. Come on, Sarah. Come on, Sarah. I don't want to talk about all my trauma with my work stuff, okay? Come on.
Here being one count of theft in the third degree. This has been to.
This calendar is being conducted on Zoom. Anyone, and also being live streamed to YouTube. Anyone watching on YouTube who wishes to participate in a particular case needs to go to the Bothell Municipal Court website, click on the link to video court, and then click on the link to enter the virtual courtroom. Once there, let the administrator know which case it is you wish to be heard on, and that information will be conveyed to me. The official record of these proceedings will be made and maintained by the Bothell Municipal Court. Anyone making a recording without having obtained prior approval of the court may be subject to legal action, including but not limited to contempt proceedings. With that, I believe we are ready to proceed this morning, or did the holding cell just arrive?
Your Honor, we have 4 people that we can address that were that came from Snohomish County. We are still waiting to confirm whether or not we're getting any more individuals from King County, but I am ready for the Snohomish County people. So we can begin with Ms. Enoch. And that is cause number 3A04544723. This is on for arraignment. Underlying allegation here being one count of theft in the third degree. This is from an incident date of June 7th. I did have the opportunity to go over with her the maximum penalty for the charge. We also discussed the constitutional rights she has at the stage of the proceeding. She's indicating no additional questions at this time, and so we are prepared to move forward with the arraignment.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Enoch. Whoops, I can't hear you. I think you need to move a little closer to the computer.
Good morning.
Morning. Am I pronouncing your last name properly?
Yes.
Okay, so is Shani Marie Enoch your true name?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Pimentel just told me that she went over quite a bit of information with you this morning, in particular your constitutional rights. Did you understand all of it?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Pimentel.
We will acknowledge receipt of the complaint, waive formal reading, and enter a plea of not guilty on her behalf.
Not guilty plea will enter. The court has previously had an opportunity to review the police reports, did make findings of probable cause. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
Morning, Your Honor. Sarah Yell, the Rule 9 intern for the city. City's requesting to maintain the $1,500 bail. Ms. Enoch has 2 outstanding warrants, 22 lifetime failure to appears, and 10 of those were in the last year. We're also requesting standard conditions and that Ms. Enoch does not return to Home Depot.
Ms. Pimentel.
There's no objection to standard conditions, obviously, in that includes not returning to Home Depot. It does look like from the probable cause materials that she has been civilly trespassed from there. She is requesting the court release her today. There's no objection to quashing the active warrants as a condition of her release. If the court is not able or not willing to do so, then she'd ask to not set bail any higher than $1,000 cash or bond.
All right. Ms. Enoch, given the failure to appear history and which is quite extensive, especially recently, I am going to maintain bail in the amount of $1,500. Should you post bail, you will need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address. Have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause. Make an appointment with your attorney, make it to that appointment because they can't help you if you're not talking to them. Make it to your court dates, which I'm going to give you in just a moment. And have no contact with the Home Depot, okay?
Fucking Home
With
Depot.
that, Ms. Pimentel, was there a request for court-appointed counsel?
Yes, she's not currently employed at this time, but this will be a conflict for my office.
All right. So I will, Ms. Enoch, I'm going to make a preliminary finding based on Ms. Pimentel's representations that you qualify for court-appointed counsel. It will only be a preliminary finding. I will need you to complete the affidavit that's going to be part of the paperwork you receive from the court that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses. Without it, I don't technically have a legal basis for granting you court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees, which I'm pretty sure you don't want to have happen. So please get me that affidavit. With that, we'll set this matter for pretrial because I maintain bail. I'm going to set this to September 15th. Which is next Friday at 9:30 in the morning. Your trial will be in the October trial term. Ms. Enoch, if you do post bond and are out of custody, you will still need to appear at 9:30 in the morning on Friday, the 15th. It will be a Zoom calendar. And so you would have to appear like we are right now. All right. All right. So with that, I will see you on September 15th.
Next matter, Your Honor, is Mr. Detman. This is cause number 34913. This is a post-disposition matter, so it's on for review. This is not an active probation case, so it looks like the court was just looking at the new criminal law violations out of Marysville. He is currently being held on those. For purposes of today's hearing, we will be admitting to those. I believe we do have an agreed upon recommendation.
All right. Ms. Yale?
City's requesting to impose 15 days and close the matter. It's been 4 years since sentencing, and there's, like Ms. Pimentel said, no active conditions.
And defense would be in agreement with that, Your Honor.
All right. What about you, Mr. Dittman?
I'm in agreement.
All right, so I will make finding that there was a willful violation. I will impose the 15 days and I will close the file for anything except legal financial obligations, if any are still owing. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Yep, you too.
Your Honor, if I could just interrupt really quickly, if the holding cell is able to tell us who they did bring from King County?
I don't know if anybody can hear you right now. It sounds like they're not there.
Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Herzog. We are in the middle of the court, so just go ahead and hang on, okay?
Okay.
I'm just gonna put him into a breakout room really quickly.
Okay.
Here, this is Mr. Hebert. That's cause number 3A04266052. This is also on for arraignment. Allegation count 1 is obstructing a law enforcement officer. Count 2 is the controlled substance possession, again, under the new statute. Did have the opportunity to go over that with him. We discussed the maximum penalties for the charges as well as constitutional rights he has at this stage of the proceeding. He's indicating no additional questions at this time, and so we are prepared to move forward with the arraignment.
Good morning, Mr. Hebert.
Good morning.
Am I pronouncing your last name properly?
Bear.
Hebert? Okay, so the traditional pronunciation.
Hébert. He's French, it sounds like. Hébert. He looks sort of French.
I will try to remember that. So is Jacob Anthony Hebert your true name?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Pimentel just told me that she went over quite a bit of information with you this morning, including your constitutional rights. Did you understand all of it?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Pimentel.
And I will acknowledge receipt of the complaints, waive formal reading, and enter pleas of not guilty as to both counts.
Not guilty pleas will enter. Court has previously had an opportunity to review the police reports and did make findings of probable cause. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
City's requesting to maintain the $3,000 bail. Mr. Hebert has 2 outstanding warrants, 16 lifetime failure to appears, and 9 of those failure to appears were in the last 2 years. We're also requesting standard conditions and that Mr. Hebert abstain from non-prescribed drugs.
Ms. Pimentel.
There's no objection to standard conditions, including the abstinence condition. We did discuss that. He did indicate, and I did have a chance to check that looks like the address that is
Abstinence. Why are they always cock blocking? They're always cock blocking in this jurisdiction. Now, I know they're not. They're talking about abstaining from alcohol and drugs. Would you imagine if somebody was confused and they didn't get it explained to them, and just like the whole reason Seattle is so nuts is because everybody's running around there not fucking? Because they all think they're not allowed to fuck?
Department of Licensing is his current mailing address. So he does receive mail there at the Linwood address. He is asking the court to release him today pending an out of custody hearing. And indicates that he will attend that hearing. We also discussed, just look here. We did discuss the King County warrant as well as the Linwood warrant. So again, there's no objection to quashing those as a condition of release.
All right.
have something to
I was
talk about,
just
my friends.
looking
Hold
to
on.
see. All right, Mr. Hebert, one of the things that I do look for is whether or not you've only missed once in a court case or more than once. And what I'm seeing is you don't seem to like going to Linwood because you've missed there multiple times. So at this point, I am going to maintain bail. And we'll set this matter for hearing on September 15th at 9:30 in the morning. If you do post bail, you will need to appear at that time. It'll be a Zoom calendar. Your trial will be scheduled in the October trial term, but we'll see you next Friday, the 15th at 9:30 in the morning. And I'm sorry, Ms. Pimentel, you did indicate a request for court appointed counsel?
He's not currently employed at this time.
All right. I guess, Mr. Hebert, before I say any more, I need to tell you the other conditions. If you do post bail, you need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address. Because this applies to you, I'm going to go into a little more detail. we don't have a good mailing address, you don't get the notice. If you don't get the notice, you don't make it to court, you don't make it to court, a warrant issues, and then when you're talking to somebody like me, you're trying to explain why you shouldn't be held, and we're saying you never show up, right? So keep your mailing address up to date with the court, make it to your court dates, right? Then you don't have bail. That's the big thing. Make an appointment with your attorney, make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them, right? So make sure you stay in good touch. They're your voice in the courtroom. And I'm sorry, Ms. Yell, were you requesting a soda order on this case?
I did not request it.
Okay. Mr. Hebert, I'm going to also indicate that you will not possess, consume, or have under your control any controlled substances without a validly issued prescription in your name. I understand you have it, presumably you have an addiction, and that may be the most difficult thing for you to comply with. I'd really like to see a movement towards something that will address that issue. All right. So let's move in a positive direction instead of a direction that means you have to talk to people like me who wear black muumuus, right? Let's go that way. With that,
Did she just black muumuus? Oh my God. First of all, I need to remind you guys, being a wrench in here is different than not. I gotta get rid of Streamlabs. They being a dick. But, and we'll talk about it in a minute.
let's go that way. With that, I will, as I said, I will see you on September 15th at 9:30 in the morning. Again, if you post bail, you still need to appear by Zoom. Ms. Pimentel, was there a request for court-appointed counsel?
Yes, he's not currently employed at this time.
All right. So, Mr. Hebert, I'm going to make a preliminary finding that you do qualify for court-appointed counsel. It is only a preliminary finding. I need you to complete the affidavit that'll be part of your paperwork that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses, because technically without that, I don't have a legal basis for granting you court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees. Pretty sure you don't want to have happen, okay? All right, but with that, I'll see you next Friday morning at 9:30 in the morning. If you do post bail, you're going to show up because you want to set that reputation of making it to court, right? All right, we'll see you then.
Love it. Moo. This judge has some great
The last matter
phrases
to
that she said.
address is Mr. Giegrich. That's cause number 33640. This is an allegation of theft in the third degree, but this is back from December 26th of 2020.
Wow.
And had the opportunity to go over the maximum penalty with him. We also discussed the constitutional rights he has at the stage of the proceedings, indicating no additional questions at this time. And so we are prepared to move forward with the arraignment.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Giegrich.
Good morning.
Is Braylon von Giegrich your true name?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing your last name properly?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Pimentel just told me that she went over quite a bit of information with you this morning, including your constitutional rights. Did you understand all of it?
Yes.
Ms. Pimentel?
We will acknowledge receipt of the complaint, waive formal reading, and enter a plea of not guilty on his behalf.
Not guilty plea will enter. The court has previously had an opportunity to review the police reports, did make finding of probable cause. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
The city's requesting to maintain the $3,000 bail. Mr. Giegrich has 3 outstanding warrants and 11 lifetime failure to appears. We're also requesting standard conditions, and that Mr. Giegrich does not return to 9604 Main Street.
Ms. Pimentel?
Again, Your Honor, there's no objection to standard conditions, including the no contact. I did go over with him what those active warrants are. So again, he does understand he will need to get those taken care of. Is requesting the court release him today on his own recognizance. If not, he would just be requesting that the court set a court date sometime next week. It looks like he's also requesting court-appointed counsel as he's not currently employed, although it looks like per Madam Clerk, this is also a conflict for my office.
Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Gingrich, I am going to maintain bail in this matter. I'm just looking at, again, I look at whether or not you've had multiple failures to appear in one case, which King County District Court, it's been multiple times. So I'm going to maintain bail. We'll set this matter for September 14th, which is Thursday at 9:30 in the morning. And your trial date, your trial will be scheduled in the October trial term. Again, your next court date will be September 14th at 9:30 in the morning. If you do post bail, you need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address. Have no new criminal law violations for which there's probable cause. Make an appointment with your attorney. Make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them. Make it to your court dates, which I just gave,
Not a noob gamer. Anybody could fit inside your mom after you came out of her. It's like a fucking elephant went through there.
I'm just about to give you, or I just gave you, sorry, and have no contact with 9604 Main Street. As far as court-appointed counsel, based on the representations from Ms. Pimentel, I will make a preliminary finding that you do qualify for court-appointed counsel. It is only a preliminary finding. I will need you to complete the affidavit that will be part of your paperwork that you get from the court. It asks about it's the document that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses. Without it, I don't technically have a legal basis for granting you court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees. But at this point in time, I will appoint counsel. It will be conflict counsel. And so we'll get you that name and contact information so that you have it. With that, we'll see you next Thursday. If you do post bail, you still need to appear. It will be a Zoom calendar like we're doing right now. And so you'll need to appear by Zoom at 9:30 in the morning on Thursday, the 14th. Okay?
Ms. Caitlin, the King County matters right here.
Yes, I'm gonna put you guys back into a breakout room here, and if I can go back in with the holding cell to address the King County matters, but I believe Mr. Parent's here to address Mr. Herzog, and also Mr. Smith is present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Parent. Mr. Herzog is here.
Us? Good. That's cute. Listen, you'll never get booted out of this room, just so you know. You can say the stupidest shit and we're all just going to laugh at you. And that's fine. Right now, both y'all, which are the same person, because you're both using weird gamer nomenclature, are wandering into a group of people that hang out like every night of the week. So we really don't give a fuck what you're talking about. If you don't want to look at my tits, don't. If you want to look at my tits, click on the link. If somebody would post sexy AF in the chat, you can literally see my tits if you want, but not here because this is YouTube. Oh, F in the chat for group hugs for trolls. That's a good one, Jonathan. Yes. I know, Courtney, and sometimes I have to remember that and I have to think, oh, not for free. Not for free.
I want to make sure. So this is cause number 6118. This matter comes on today for sentencing.
That's correct, Your Honor. Mr. Herzog, if you could unmute yourself.
Are we ready to proceed to sentencing today?
Just one preliminary matter. Mr. Herzog mentioned to me that he was under the impression that the court was expecting him to appear with his probation officer today. Apparently his probation officer is unavailable. And so I don't know if that changes what the court would like to do, but he's prepared if the court is okay with that.
I'm sorry, for some reason. For some reason, my computer doesn't like opening the. Oh,
Your Honor, the only thing I placed in there, it looks like was an email. I can forward that to you. That is from his probation officer in lieu of his appearance.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other thing in there were the deferred prosecution paperwork. I didn't know if you need that. It doesn't sound like it at this point. So I will forward you the email from the probation officer.
all right.
Poor execute, no humor. That's right. I like that one. So thank you. Also, F in the chat for the hat. F in the chat for the hat. Oh, 26 is you. Also, is that guy wearing a toupee? Let's just be real about that. He is wearing a toupee, right?
Well, all right. And sorry, Mr. Herzog, getting this information this morning is not really helpful, and that it would have been nice to have had it some time ago so that we could have looked at it to see about compliance with Washington, et cetera. So I'm just gonna take a quick look here.
Good timing, T-Rex. Some, I guess they're your age. They seem to be a cyber squad. Could you explain to somebody old like me what a cyber squad is?
So I'm just trying to go through here and see where we are.
Melanie, you're killing me.
So I did revoke the deferred prosecution on July 31st. Okay. And Mr. Parent, help me remember, this has been a while and my memory is old. Why we wanted to know whether or not Mr. Herzog had complied with treatment. Is that where we are, or what?
Let me take a look at the notes that Ms. Pimentel sent to me.
Okay. And while he's doing that, Ms. Yell, if you have information for the court, I will entertain hearing from you as well. What posture we're in right now? Are we at sentencing, or was this a request that I reconsider the deferred prosecution?
I believe the city believes we're ready for sentencing.
Okay.
Yes, defenses as well. And in looking at an email exchange between Ms. Pimentel and Mr. Lohr, it looks like that Mr. Herzog's not in treatment at this point because he's been sober for over 4 years and he completed treatment according to his probation officer. He has not done the victim panel though.
But you can still do online, right?
If there's no objection from the city,
Welcome.
would that be?
There'd be no objection to that.
Okay. All right, so in that case, let's go ahead, let's proceed to sentencing. What is the city's recommendation?
The city's requesting that Mr. Herzog serve 15 days with electronic home monitoring so he can keep his job and stay in Montana. And then we also request the DUI victim impact panel comply with any treatment the Montana probation recommends. And
I'm sorry, we're a cyber squad.
Is he still currently on probation or has he already completed that successfully? Sounds like he's completed it. But I'll hear from Mr. Parent later. Go ahead, continue.
I believe he is on, according to Ms. Pimentel, he had about a year or so left on his Montana probation.
Okay.
And I believe, I don't know if this is something, this is new to me, an interstate compact with the Montana probation so they can monitor him for that last year.
All right. Did we just lose him?
Oh, no, he's back.
Okay.
It was just for a second after Ms. Yell.
Okay. All right. And for what period of probation did you want, Michelle? Just 1 year?
Until his Montana probation finishes. So I guess that would be about a year.
Okay. Mr. Parent.
And defense has no objection to those conditions.
Hi, Lenny Lynn. You might have come in at a weird time. There's a cyber squad that has come in to teach me a lesson about having my boobs out. They think they can shame me, which is so cute. I'm appreciative. Again, the engagement, perfect. I'm laughing at all my people and your brilliance. You're hilarious.
In regards to fines and costs, he does want the court to know that he gets about $2,600 a month after taxes. He supports himself and his wife, no government benefits. Thank you.
Do you know what his
No government benefits. I think we can pretty safely say the cyber squad is either dealing with their parents' benefits or government benefits, right?
costs are that offset the amount he makes?
Mr. Herzog, what are your monthly housing costs? Oh, you're
What's
muted.
Rent is $11.50 a month. And then there's power and gas. I don't know the exact amounts for those. And then fuel for work, I guess. I don't. Does that help?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you own your car or do you have car payments?
We're paying for my wife's vehicle. Yes.
About how much per month?
$520, I think it is.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. That helps with information. All right.
I'm a 32-year-old lady.
So Mr. Herzog, this is a situation where you've done everything right, except you didn't keep yourself in contact with the court. So it's
Also, thou doth protest too much, methinks. So cute.
a difficult sentencing because of that, but I will do this. I am required to impose certain mandatory minimums. So what I'm going to do is I will indicate, I'm going to make that 364 days in jail, 363 days suspended. The 1 day in jail, I will convert to 15 days of electronic home monitoring. And I will authorize that can be done in Montana. As far as other conditions, I will need to impose the $5,000 fine, suspending $4,650 of that. The DUI, the BAC fee is $250, and the cost, fees, and assessments. However, I'm going to make a finding that based on your income and expenses that you currently qualify as indigent and waive any non-mandatory cost, fees, and assessments. With regard to probation, I will put you on probation. I will put you on probation for 5 years on the following conditions. And don't worry about that because I'm going to clarify that here shortly. All right. The following conditions: you need to notify the court in
Add
person or in
commands,
writing of any
Jonathan.
change of address, have no new criminal law violations for which there's probable cause. You will not drive or be in physical control of a motor vehicle with a BAC of 0.08 or higher, or a THC concentration of 5 nanograms per milliliter of whole blood or higher within 2 hours of driving. Oops, I'm going to stop for a second. Under Washington law, I need to make sure that you understand these 5 conditions I'm about to give you carry mandatory penalties. They are 30 days each for each violation, 30 days in custody. And they stack on top of each other. So if you actually violate all 5, it's 150 days. Okay.
Okay.
The first one is you will not drive unless you are properly licensed. The second one is you will not drive without proof of insurance or other financial responsibility. The third is you will not drive or be in physical control of a motor vehicle with a BAC of 0.08 or higher, or a THC concentration of 5 nanograms per milliliter of whole blood or higher within 2 hours of driving. The fourth is that you will not refuse a test of your breath or blood if reasonably requested by a law enforcement officer. And the fifth is that you will not drive unless you have a functioning ignition interlock device in any vehicle that you drive, as long as one is required by the Washington State Department of Licensing. Okay. So those each carry the mandatory 30 days, and each incident that is involved with one or more of those carries a 30-day suspension or revocation of your license or privilege to drive. With regard to other conditions, I will make the following findings. I will find that you must attend the DUI victim panel, and I will approve the DUI victim panel by video. So you can do that online instead of having to attend in person in the state of Washington. With regard to treatment, I will find that you have provided proof that you have attended treatment and in fact successfully completed it. So the requirement is that you obtain an alcohol drug evaluation and follow the recommended treatment. So I will impose that and indicate you have completed those 2 tasks. I'm trying to think what else I need to do here. Oh, with regard to probation, I will allow that there can be an interstate compact, allowing that your probation can be monitored in Montana.
Well, Lynn, I will say you chose a lovely night to come back, and don't ever be sorry for being MIA. Okay? I'm glad you're well. I'm hoping that everything is well for you, and I'm glad you're here. No worries. Love you. What a great night to come back, by the way. Please clock in for your shift. It's a crazy couple weeks. Yeah, I hear that. But we're so glad. I was so glad to see your name tonight. So thank you for being here.
Montana, and I will indicate that as soon as your probation is complete on your Montana matter, that you that they may close the probation on this matter as well. So, okay.
All right.
I think I've covered everything. Did I miss anything, counsel?
I don't believe so.
All right, Mr. Herzog, this is the unfortunate result of doing your homework and not turning it in. And it's unfortunate because I really do believe that you have moved on and have moved on in a very positive direction, but now you're back before me to take care of this. So good luck to you. And I have every hope that I will not have to see you again. I'm pretty sure I won't. But take care. Okay.
Thank you. I have one
right.
question.
Hi, KH.
Yes.
All the stuff, the stuff that you've just said to me, and that will all come in writing, right? I'll be able to.
We'll send you that in writing, and you can
Interesting
take
night.
it to your probation officer, or if you still have your attorney on your case in Montana, to make sure that you understand everything.
Well, Mayor,
If
you
you
missed
have
some
any
shit.
questions, feel free to reach out first to Mr. Parent, because he's your attorney here, but you can also ask the court. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck to you. Take care.
Thanks. You too.
Thanks.
Here we are ready to address the remaining 929 matters.
Okay.
Going back to that calendar, if we can start with Mr. Primo's matter.
Well,
That's-
KH, thank you so much for being here. There is a cyber squad here. I need you to know that. If anybody's just arriving, please be aware of the cyber squad. Is it cyber squad? What is it? How do you say that?
37006. This is on for pretrial. It's one allegation of driving while license revoked second degree and making a false statement to a public servant. We did submit to the court a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. That's as charged to both counts 1 and 2. We did have the opportunity to go over that. He's indicating he has no additional questions at this time. So based on our conversation, I do believe he's making a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary decision.
All right, let me refresh, because I did not have that in my folder.
Iowa.
I
Can confirm,
Oh, there
not
it is.
like the
Okay.
FBI. I think we are.
While I'm waiting for
Cyber
that
squad.
to load on
Courtney,
my
I get it.
computer, sir,
You
how
have
do you
10 people
pronounce
in your
your
cyber
last
squad?
name?
Primo. Like
Primo.
Chateau.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was correct in that. All right. So I do now have before me a document entitled Statement of Defendant on Plea of Guilty under your cause number 37006. It does appear that you gave Ms. Pimentel permission to electronically sign this document on your behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to read or have read to you this entire document prior to deciding to enter into this plea?
I did.
Hi, Lucy. Thank you for being here. KH is here. RLS is here. I have to do I don't lie. Lisa B's here. Not a new gamer. Some of our guys aren't awake, right? It is a joke. I mean, it has to be a joke, right? Like, it's a joke. It has to be. Anyways, please clock in or cock in for your shift, please. Even if you're gonna sleep through your shift, hit that like button and yeah.
Do you have a chance to go over it in its entirety with Ms. Pimentel?
We did.
Was she able to answer any questions that you had about it?
She was.
Do you have any questions for me about the document?
I do not.
All right, we're going to go through this together, starting on page 1, paragraph 1. Is Joseph R. Primo your true name?
It is.
Are you 49 years old?
Yes.
Is the highest level of education you've completed some college?
Yes.
Paragraph 4 indicates the crimes that you are charged with that you intend to plead guilty to today are 1 count of driving while license suspended or revoked in the second degree and 1 count of making a false statement to a public servant. The elements of those crimes were set forth in the charging documents that you.
Some trolls fell out of their mama's vagina and ended up here today, RLS. And I'm laughing because they're saying things so quintessentially like cringy that I'm like, this is a joke. Like, it's such a fucking joke. It's not even good trolling.
You received. Did you go through those elements carefully to make sure they accurately describe the crimes you intend to plead guilty to today?
I did, yes.
And you understand those elements are what the city would have to prove in order to obtain a verdict of guilty at trial?
I did.
Yeah.
I do. Sorry.
That's okay. Paragraph 5 sets forth the constitutional rights that you give up by pleading guilty. They include the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury in the county where the crime is alleged to have been committed.
Oh
The
no,
right to remain
Cage, we don't
silent before
eliminate
and during
anybody.
trial and to refuse to testify against yourself. The right at trial to hear and question any witnesses who would testify against you. You also have the right at trial to testify and to have witnesses testify for you, and those witnesses can be made to appear at no expense to you. You also have the right to the
Not here,
presumption of
KH.
innocence. It requires that a charge be proven beyond a reasonable doubt before a finding of guilt could enter against you, and you have a right to appeal that finding of guilt after trial. Do you understand that these are your constitutional rights and that by pleading guilty today, you will be giving them up in this case?
I do.
Paragraph 6 sets forth the consequences of your plea. Did you go through those carefully?
I did.
Mayor, do you really think 14? I'm believing 12 years old. Prepubescent. And exactly, anybody in the chat, you can go ahead and block them if you'd like. We don't kick people out. We're a free speech zone. But I mean, I'm laughing. Again, what is it? Exclamation mark shrew in the chat, which is gonna fly over their heads because they probably haven't done their Shakespeare unit yet in high school.
You make sure that the prosecutor's recommendation that's written in paragraph 6C accurately reflects what they said they were going to recommend pursuant to the plea agreement.
I did.
But you understand as the judge, I don't have to follow that recommendation or anyone's recommendation.
I do understand that, yes.
I could sentence you to anything up to and including the maximum allowed by law, which in this case would be 364 days in jail on each count, which basically means almost 2 years, a $5,000 fine on each count, which means basically $10,000, and 2 years of probation. And if I did that, that would not be grounds for you to withdraw your guilty plea. Do you understand that?
I do. That's super scary, but yes, I understand that.
Sure, you know the possibilities. All right. You also understand that if you are not a citizen of the United States, this plea could have immigration consequences.
Correct.
All right. Did you go over all of, oops, wait, I gotta check one more. You understand that there will be an additional suspension or revocation of your license or privilege to drive for an additional year as a result of this conviction for the DWLS second degree. You understand that?
I do understand that, yes.
All right. Did you go over all of these consequences with Ms. Pimentel?
I did.
Yeah, not a noob gamer. I can tell that because you misspelled Shakespeare.
Pimentel, did you discharge your duties pursuant to Padilla and Sandoval?
I did, Your Honor.
Mr. Primo, has anyone made any threats or promises to get you to plead guilty today?
No, ma'am. No, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Either one works. Are you
Told you
doing
she's
so
a maker,
freely
they're the
and
same
voluntarily
person.
then?
I am.
Paragraph 11 is a statement in your own words of what you did that
Unless you're like mid-30s. Oh my God, not a noob gamer. Not a noob gamer. We've talked about the analytics on this channel. Nobody's below 30. If y'all are fucking with my analytics and putting young people on this channel, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off. You people are worthless.
makes you guilty of these offenses. It reads as follows. On October 23rd of 2020, in the city of Bothell, Washington, I did drive a motor vehicle at a time when my license was suspended in the second degree, and I was not eligible for reinstatement at the time I was pulled over. And Department of Licensing did send notice of the suspension to the last address they had for me on file, and did also knowingly make a false or misleading statement to a public servant by giving a police officer.
Also, yes, KLF, that absolutely counts. And thank you so much for being here. As usual, another great channel that you all should follow. If you're just getting here, please clock in for your shift. Make sure that you've hit the like button. Make sure you've guessed what age you think the Cyber Squad is that's joining us in the chat today. I believe they are definitely under 12 years old. But put in your guess in the chat.
A false name during an investigation. Is that a true and accurate statement?
That's a true and accurate statement. Yes,
Do you adopt that statement as your own?
I do.
Then to the charge of count 1, driving while license suspended in the second degree is charged here under this cause number. How do you plead?
I plead guilty.
And as to count 2, making a false statement to a public servant as charged here under this cause number, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Guilty pleas will enter. I find they're knowingly, voluntarily made, and that there is a legal and factual basis for accepting the defendant's pleas of guilty. Does the
Oh my God. Is that the test they use in the States to see if you're an adult? They ask you, do you know what AP classes are? Are you fucking dumb? That doesn't prove shit, dude. Your demeanor proves a lot about you. Again, we're a bunch of adults that sit around watching court all the time, hanging out. If you want to say I don't have any friends, which is what you came in here saying, I have friends. They're here right now. And you can be my friend too. Like, that's the weirdest part about this. Like, I won't block you. You can try as hard as you want. The mods I have, no, don't block people. That's not what mods do here. You can scream to the heavens that you're adults, but actions speak louder than words.
city have anything to add to its recommendation?
Nothing further, Your Honor. We just request you follow this agreed recommendation.
All right. Ms. Pimentel.
Your Honor, the recommendation is effectively to plea and close. He is currently being held on some other matters. He has some other things pending. He indicates that he will, or is hoping to be released into treatment. So we are asking the court to follow the recommendation effectively of to impose the credit for time served and close these cases. Again, I think he will be monitored potentially in a variety of different ways. And hopefully we'll be able to get going with treatment.
All right. Mr. Primo, this is your opportunity to tell me anything that you would like me to take into consideration before I pass sentence. The fancy legal term for it is it's your right of allocution.
Just that I'm yesterday, my first son turned 3 months old yesterday. I'm super excited to get out and be a dad to him. And I'm very excited to go to treatment here in the next couple of weeks. And I'm happy to have this closed, this matter behind.
Turned 3 months old yesterday, and his name was Not a Noob Gamer.
So this is from 2020. I think I went back, lost my DOSA due to this charge, went back to prison for another year, and so this is just, I'm just happy to get this all behind me and happy to be sober right now, sitting in front of you. So
all right, well, I'm glad of that as well.
yeah.
Always positive steps, right? Moving forward. All right, Mr. Primo, I am going to follow this recommendation. I do think it's an appropriate one under the circumstances. I am going to impose 14 days, give you credit for 14 days served. I'm on each count running concurrently with each other, so you will be released on this. As far as legal financial obligations, based on what you just told me, I'm going to guess you don't have a huge amount of money.
Not right currently, no.
Yeah, so I'm going to make a finding that right now you are indigent and waive any non-mandatory costs, fees, and assessments. I am not going to impose any probation on this matter. I would rather you focus. I was looking at it. You have a lot of other things out there that you can better use to move forward on, right?
Yep.
It looks like you are definitely going to be talking with some King County people for a while. Sounds like.
Yeah, for a little bit.
So I'm not going to make you worry about Bothell in that. All right. I do hope the best for you. I hope that you are able to spend a lot of time with that son of yours and that you are able to set a good example, because and I know you learn by example, not by words. So good luck with that. They don't come with instruction manuals, so it's always hard. All right. Take care.
You too.
Thanks.
All right, sir.
Wrap.
Go to return yourself. Mr. Griffin, coming up. Good job. You want to please?
All right.
The last matter to address is Mr. Griffin. That's cause number 22-41. This is a post-disposition matter. It's an active review case. We do have an updated report from Mr. Silcox. It looks like the allegations are failing to comply with the DBMRT treatment, and there is a new charge out of Edmonds. It looks like that is now a conviction. Those are admitted for purposes of this hearing. Looks like probation's recommendation is to impose 15 days and close. Mr. Griffin actually has been in custody since August 24th. So he has actually served the 15 days out in its entirety. At this point, defense would be requesting the court follow that recommendation.
Ms. Yell, what is the city's position?
The city's position was to revoke 5 days and refer back to probation. We weren't quite ready to close this matter yet.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes, ma'am.
anything that you want me to take into consideration? Now is your opportunity to tell me what you would like me to know.
No, I don't have anything to say.
All right. Well, Mr. Griffin, I'm looking at, I'm just trying to follow through here with what's going on. Looks like I sentenced you almost exactly a year ago on this.
It really is, Dana. It's a whole squad. An RLS, there are a few mods now. They have very specific skills.
I gave you
Streamlabs used to
6
be
years,
annoying, so she knows to
I gave
add
you 5,
things,
60
and so is
months,
Jonathan.
5 years of probation. I'm just trying to see where we are.
We have a cyber squad who's afraid of my boobs for some reason.
October, you came in not having complied. In January, you were picked up on the warrant from that. In February,
Night,
I
Tin Man.
gave you
Thanks for
5
being here.
days.
Intel inside. Intel
Hmm.
inside.
And here we are with new law violations. Oh, looks like you saw Judge Johnson, who gave you 10 days. You started to comply. You called in June. But then you didn't comply with the treatment. Mr. Griffin, you're close. I want you to do this. I want you to make it through. I want you to come out positive on the other side. So I'm going to give you credit for time served. I'm going to find a willful violations. I'm going to give you credit for time served. I want you to do that DVMRT. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'll give you credit for time served. You'll get out on this. If you've got Edmonds right now, anyway, they've got a DVMRT program there too. We've got it at Bothell. There's a lot of different places you can do it. Let's get you into one that works for you and let's go through it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you. I am gonna impose I was told you've done more than the 15 days, I think. So I'll do the 15 days, credit for time served, get you out, but you're still on probation. You still need to contact Mr. Silcox, but let's move forward. You're getting there.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Let's get over that and don't have to talk to me again. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Take care.
All right.
Those are all the matters that we're transported. There are a few to address that were not, I assume, did the court already address Mr. Bumrucker's matter with Mr. Smith?
No, I haven't actually had Mr. Smith appear. I saw him briefly, but I haven't.
Just for the court's information, I did tell Mr. Smith that his client was not transported and he can either show up and ask for release or it would be continued to Monday.
All right. And so he disconnected from the call at that point?
I had told him that beforehand. He did log on, but he didn't stay.
Okay. So I will, absent Mr. Smith's presence here today, I will just simply set this over unless the city was intending to review or to release, I'm sorry.
No, Your Honor, we were going to request to set over.
All right, so I'll set that over to Monday.
Mr. Osborne off the 9:30 calendar has been attempting to connect for the last hour or so. He has not been able to connect to audio, be it that he had his video on at some point. I know Madam Clerk and myself have both been trying to get him to connect, but he has not been able to do so. And then looks like has not called back in since the last time he disconnected.
No, Mikey, you are in the right chat for that. Welcome. Quite an evening we're having tonight. Thanks for stopping by. You are the court pusher for many people in this chat, providing excellent court stuff all the time. And I do need to warn you, there is a cyber squad here, so you just be careful. Just careful.
This is a case or competency had originally been raised. This was an out of custody evaluation. So he had been on that list. And then I did receive information from an organization that he was attending over in Eastern Washington, requesting that it be set to video, which is why it was set to today. But unfortunately, he was not able to connect.
Well, it looks like he's actually at the court. Is he still there, Madam Clerk?
He's not.
Okay. So he was given the information and left in an attempt to connect, it looks like. All right. Looks like he actually asked that future hearings be in person. City's position.
City's requesting to continue this matter.
All right. So we'll just set this over to an in-person pretrial and resummons Mr. Osborne to that hearing. Does that work, Ms. Pimentel?
That's fine, Your Honor. I don't, and I don't see anybody early on the 10:30 calendar quite yet.
All right. It is exactly 10:30. So it sounds like we don't have anyone at this time.
They don't have anyone, but I luckily do. We have more court for us to watch because, like I said before, this is our Sunday night Court Watchers Anonymous meeting where we talk about how we watch a lot of court. We have a choice that you guys get to make. We can either watch an old detention docket or we can watch some bond hearings from Clayton County. So 1 for detention docket, 2 for bond hearings in Clayton County. Like I said, 1 for detention docket, 2 for bond hearings in Clayton County. I also have some like real court stuff to watch, but I just don't think tonight is the night for that. Just the vibe I'm getting is not like, because it would be me reading, so I'm just thinking maybe not. Okay, bond court has taken the lead. Nope, there we go, back to detention dockets. I think you all know what I meant by that. Who's watching? You apparently. Okay. Anyways, so detention dockets it is. I think that's a good idea. If everybody could go ahead and make sure that you've clocked in for your shift, hit the like button, and then tell me what you have for dinner. If you didn't, oh, actually, Loud Elvis, thank you. You're right. Not a noob gamer. Do you want to pick what we watch next? Or what you don't watch next, sorry? Would you prefer not watching detention dockets or not watching bond hearings? It's up to you. You can choose which one you don't watch. Is it hard to make a decision? I know. It's tough being an adult, but you said you are. We're giving you an adult job here. You get to pick. Okay, then turn off your TV. We'll go with detention dockets then. No problem. See, I'm a mom, so I know how to pick for children, which is what you are. No problem whatsoever. Pizza, James Huntsman, Huntsman, is that what you had for dinner tonight? What kind of pizza? That's very important and we need to know. What? Elvis, we know your dinner already. Was it pistachios again, you humble bragger? How about a TPO? Moonfox Studios? I don't have one of those lined up easily unless it's an old one from the other channel. I'm a mom, yeah, of a kid probably older than you. So I think we'll go with the detention docket for tonight, and then we will go from there. But I do want to get back into TPOs 1,000%. I just need to work on that. Okay. That should do it. Okay, I'm going to pause the stream for 1 second. Make sure that you've liked the video, grab a drink, go potty, and I'll be right back. Also, feel free to leave if you don't want to be here. So as a reminder, these are detention docket hearings that happened in the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas, back in 2021, presided over by Judge Alex Kim. And once again, these are juvenile detention docket hearings, so things are a little bit different, especially if what you normally watch is regular court. You're going to find it to be a little bit different. So if you have any questions, let us know in the chat. We're happy to help. Generally, we vote on if they're going to get detained or released, because that is the question here. But you'll see, Judge Kim runs a tight ship. I'm like your mom. No. And yeah, it's very fun to watch. And we will see where we get. Oh, if any of you OGs have your bingo cards still, or you can just know what the bingo is. And yes, RLS. The mods are not doing anything because they know they're not allowed to do anything. We don't kick people out here. We give them hugs. Thank you, Judge Kim. I'm
All right, good morning, everyone.
trustworthy.
This is the detention docket for 323rd District Court for Friday, February 5th, 2021. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33, we're not conducting in-person proceedings, but we are on Zoom. In order to comply with the Open Courts Act of the Texas Constitution, which provides for the public to have meaningful access to what occurs inside public courtrooms, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube. No portion of this proceeding may be copied, recorded, or broadcast. Violations are punishable by a contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and up to a $500 fine. Court would like to remind everyone that this is still a court proceeding and people are expected to behave appropriately for court. That means please do not be anywhere where there's moving backgrounds like the jogging trail or a moving vehicle, even if you are a passenger, as that is distracting to the rest of the participants. Please be dressed appropriately and behave appropriately. That means do not have domesticated animals around you. Do not be eating, smoking, or laying down in bed. If you are also, please do not have bright lights behind your head, as that tends to obscure your face and shadow out your face. You certainly do need to be seen. Also, if you are not an officer of the court, your camera does need to be on. If you are an officer of the court trusts that you will use your best discretion in determining whether your camera should be on or not. So, anything? Okay. Fantastic. All right, we'll start with Damian Elliott. Mr. Elliott?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here present. Good morning, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, so Damian, let's see. You're 15 years old. You were here previously last year for burglary of habitation, which you were placed on probation for January 20th this year. And then subsequently, let's see, you're on probation, and I guess the day after you got probation, White Settlement Police brought you in, sitting over at Brewer. There was an assault on campus. Talked to the victim. She said she was walking the hallway, noticed somebody talking to you, another male. She went to say hello when you got aggressive, punched her twice in the chest, and then yelled at her, grabbed her hair, pulled her down, caused her more pain. Like the day after you got probation. So I ordered a replacement search for you on January 22nd, and you're set for motion to modify on February 10th.
We're going old school tonight. Somebody needs a spanking.
Is Mom here?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm filling in for Mr. Mitchell. I spoke with Mom this morning and she was coming to the department for the hearing. I don't see her.
So you have a doctor's appointment, but Mom said she would only go to the appointment if we released you to her, because she doesn't want you to be embarrassed of being handcuffed and shackled for an appointment.
Judge Kim.
Yes, Mr. Adler.
Sorry, may it please the court. Before you make a decision, can I tell you some other things that are going on in this case?
Sure.
So I'm really surprised the mom is not there, because I've had a lot of conversations with her, and she did tell me I could discuss this with you. I was hoping she would, but some mental issues that this young
Hold on
man
one
has.
second, Mr. Adler.
Okay.
Sarah, nobody wants to look at the ceiling. I mean, nobody wants to look at the ceiling. So either you need to be on camera or you need to leave. If you just want to watch, you can watch through YouTube. Sarah, for the second time, please appear on camera. All right, Mr. Adler, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey,
So, Judge.
Frank, not to cut you off. Mom walked in right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, great.
Well, there we go. All right. So, Mom, went through all this. Can I ask why you're late to court?
It was a little traffic right here at the stoplight, so it kind of bagged me up a little bit.
I mean, it's not that much of a delay at the stop. I'm still trying to understand, like, when you have court, you just plan on being here exactly at 10:30?
No, I had to make sure my other son was okay. He's at home sick.
All right, Mr. Adler, I'll listen to you, but what do you have to say?
Well, Judge, and the mom gave me permission to tell you this. It makes me feel uncomfortable, but she wants you to know. So her son has a diagnosed mental illness, and one of them is that he really has dual personalities. So sometimes he's good, sometimes he's bad, and it just depends on what personality is coming out. But more importantly, Judge, she is going to be moving to Dallas. He's got cases in Dallas. He has cases in Tarrant. I'm his attorney in both counties, trying to negotiate an outcome in both counties that is favorable to everybody. But really, it's more about his mental illness. If we can just send him home on the monitor where he's at home and not going to a school, I think he would behave under those circumstances and only those circumstances. If he could do virtual at-home school and not be permitted to leave his house without his mom, I don't think he's going to break any of the terms of his probation or any modifications. So,
Are those the terms of the cyber squad as well, that you're not allowed to leave your house without your mom?
I just wanted the court to know that his mental illness is more severe than the normal kind of kids that we see.
And what is he diagnosed with?
He was diagnosed with bipolar schizophrenia with emotional deficiencies.
I'm sorry, emotional what?
It's some emotional disorder.
So is he receiving medication for this?
Yes. His medicine has been changed from all three diagnoses. They've been changed within, I want to say 3 times within the last 6 months.
When was the last time he saw a doctor?
His next appointment was supposed to be yesterday, but since he was in the juvenile center, they told me to call back when he's released. He sees the doctor every 30 days.
Was he taking medication on January 21st?
Yes. They just switched his medication, I think 2 days after he came into the juvenile center. I dropped the new medication off at the juvenile center.
Mr. Houston, I know you're covering for Mr. Mitchell. Tell me about what he's on probation for, the burglary of habitation. Who was the victim, known victim or stranger?
He broke into an apartment complex,
Like an occupied apartment or a vacant apartment?
vacant.
All right, so Mom, where do you currently live?
Shh, Melanie, I spent my last dollars on this. Hiring this cyber squad to interact with us in the chat. It was expensive. It wasn't cheap to hire a cyber squad. Do you know how much it costs to hire a cyber squad? Oh my God. It's expensive. I did it just for you guys. Just for Sunday. You know, Cyber Squad Sundays.
O Street. It's in Tarrant County.
Tarrant County? So you're planning on moving to Dallas. When do you plan on moving to Dallas County?
I have to be out of the house before March 29th. So by the end of February, I should have a Dallas address.
Oh, I'll be getting a refund tomorrow, Sashina. Don't you fucking worry about that. Ooh, Gelato 41, Courtney. That sounds good. That's why I booked it on my credit card, so I could get a refund.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and release him on electronic monitor. He's to stay at home.
I'll show them this video and they'll have to agree. Oh my God, that was absolutely atrocious trolling. Not even worth any money at all.
Home. Do not attend school in person. Do not have contact the victim. Mom, by March 1st, you have to let Mr. Mitchell know what your address is and what your moving plans are. It will make a decision from there on how to go forward, but you cannot move to Dallas County without permission from this court. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, you also have to stay at home. Mr. Elliott, if we find out that you're violating the terms of your monitor, then we will bring you back here and you'll have to sit here again. All right, I'm doing this in large part because you are level 1 and because of the diagnosed mental health issues. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thank you.
Marquise Gaither.
Yeah,
All right,
Marquise
Carla
Panther?
Flores, you can't have a bright light behind you. We can't see your face. All right, Mr.
You
Gaither.
can if you have a bright light in front of you too.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Berger, your attorney is here. Good morning, Mr. Berger.
Morning, Judge.
So, Gaither, you're 16 years old. You're currently at level 1 outstanding. All right.
Please,
The Winco
Molly
police
B, y'all
found
need Jesus.
loss prevention saw you pick up items, put in your backpack, left the store, and they apprehended you outside the store. Found out you're run away from Dallas County and brought over here to Kimbo. Back in November last year, you left Camp Worth without permission. November 27th.
Allie B, I said, I really hope they recruit you into your group so that you can introduce them to Jesus. Okay.
You're referred here as a runaway on the 30th. I ordered CPS to find a placement for you. They took you to Promise House in Dallas. You were placed on deferred prosecution by the DA's office. Your mom, do we have a parent here?
He is in CPS custody, so Miss Barker's here.
Oh, where's Miss Barker?
Michelle Barker.
Oh, there we go. So then January 10th, you left Promise House without permission, and there was a runaway report. So you continue to run away.
Your Honor, court has been set for the 19th at 9:30 for the assault.
All right, Ms. Barker, do y'all have a secure lockdown facility that you can place them in?
No, sir. There's not really any lockdown facility, because they leave, that's against, there's not anywhere we're sending here would have to be somewhere in Houston, but there's not like a lockdown place where they can go.
There's no, Hector Garza is a lockdown facility.
We can try to find placement with them over there. But like, there's not always a guarantee that they have space available for the kids.
I understand. Ms. Barker, if you don't mind, I'm going to detain him here for now because he has a pending case and the court date coming up. So I don't want OCOK have to deal with transportation from a different county. So I'm trying to work with you guys, but if y'all can probably start to work it up and figure out if there is a secure facility, RTC, for him to go. Obviously, the community's not working. We're just real limited here what we can do. But this is one of those times where I think the juvenile system and the child welfare system kind of have to work together for this child. All right. So I guess you can put in your notes that I'm detaining him here for now. But whenever his case resolves, we're probably gonna look to you guys to find a better place for him.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Barker. Yes, Mr. Berger.
My understanding is that Marcus does have a CPS attorney currently assigned to this case.
Okay.
His name is Will Pruitt. At least that's what my client is telling me. I don't know that he's been made aware of this situation.
All right. All right, Ms. Barker, can you relay that to the attorney for a CPS case? All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, Mr. Gaither, I'm going to go and detain you. The reason why is you keep on running away. If you just wouldn't run away and be where you're supposed to be, you wouldn't be here. So there's a consequence of your decisions. It's going to be like this until you turn 18. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gaither.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Heaven Garcia. All right, Mr. Garcia, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, then you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. So I see Mr. Dotson. Is Mr. Dotson here today?
Your Honor, I'm coming from Mr. Dotson today.
So I see his behavior level got to level 1 outstanding today. How far did it drop down?
He was a 1A on the 3rd. He actually began 1 outstanding on the 4th. And the farthest he dropped recently was 3A, and that was back on the 26th of January.
No, why did he drop to 3A?
It says not following instructions, horse playing, and hiding a picture of a peer in his room.
Hiding a picture of a peer?
Yes, sir. Might be the mugshot that they post on the doors.
You know, Heaven, you're here, you cut off your EM, you ran off. You got some serious first-degree offenses, assault cases. You had problems in December for blocking the door with a mattress, being disruptive, breaking do not associate rules, almost getting in fights. You're level 3 confined on January 13th. You're level 3 confined on January 4th. You got to level 3 again on January 10th. So October 15th, you came in. And you evidently gotten some arguments or fights. So you were separated to your room. Then October 31st, you're level 3 confined for threatening staff. You work your way to level 2, then you're level 3 unacceptable on November 5th. For drawing, off task in class, not doing classwork, play fighting in the gym, and letting peer do your classwork. You work your way to level 1 outstanding on November 11th. And then looks like you got in a fight on the same day. So you went to level 3 confined the next day. You work your way to level 1 outstanding on January 19th. Then on December 3rd, you get to level 3 unacceptable for being disruptive, threatening a peer, arguing with a peer, not following instructions. So you work your way back up to level 1 by December 13th. Then December 14th, you get level 2 unacceptable. You work your way back up to level 1 outstanding December 17th. Then on the 22nd, that's when you block the door with a mattress, make too much noise in your room, defiant towards staff. You level 3 unacceptable again on December 23rd for making noise in a room, being disruptive, banging on the door, getting in a fight. And then you make it to level 3 outstanding until December 27th, where you get level 3 unacceptable again. And every day, pretty much every day or every other day, you get in fights, being disruptive, Now we're January 3rd, January 4th, you're level 3 confined. Make it up to level 2 on January 8th. Then January 10th, you're unacceptable. January 11th, you get in a fight where you're the aggressor. You're level 3 confined. You're just level 3 for about a week, it looks like. Now look at this one for you're taking a picture, I guess a mugshot and hiding your taking a picture of another kid hiding in your room. Not following instructions. Get to level 1 outstanding. So here's the thing, Heaven, for most kids, taking that picture and that contraband, do we have a parent? Yeah, we have a parent here. For most kids, taking that contraband and hiding it and not following instructions to get to level 3 would be like a new low. For you, it's like a new middle. I mean, this is like, I just expect so little from you because you just keep on breaking all the rules. What's, Mr. Nava, do we know when the next court date is for Mr. Garcia?
Take a quick peek. It's on the 9th of March in front of Judge Porter.
Mary, why is it taking so long? Okay. Evan, every one of these incidences that you're creating here is something that'll come back to you. You are not doing your attorney, Mr. Adler, any favors on this one. You need to give him at least something to work with to argue why you need probation and not be committed to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. So, anyways, Evan, your behavior is awful. So there's, you know, I'm not going to release you, so I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you. So Brian Hernandez. Mom, did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
What is Heaven levels these past days?
What is Heaven's level what?
These past days.
Oh, he got down to level 3 confined recently.
Which date?
Your Honor,
I went over that. You can talk to Mr. Dodson about that, but yeah, he was taking contraband into his room. So Heaven's just not following any of the rules here. So, but he's going to get what he deserves. You know, so that's life. All right, Brian Hernandez.
He's on his way, sir.
Thank you.
Judge, just for you to know, I've just emailed you some supporting documentation to show you that as proof that my client's been enrolled in school.
Send that to the district attorney's office?
I sent it in a group email yesterday to Judge Porter and the state, and I just sent it to you for you to have a copy, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I attached that to the documents I sent this morning also.
All right. All right, Mr. Hernandez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm reviewing whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Sierra is here as your attorney. All right, so you're 15 years old. You're level 1 except 1 outstanding, which is good. January 7th, Grand Prairie got a call about a stolen vehicle. They ran the reported plates, came back stolen out of Arlington. They found the vehicle, tried to do a traffic stop, and then there was a car chase. So ran stop signs, red lights, came to stop. All 4 people bailed out. The police chased the driver into an apartment complex, yelled at him to stop, but he didn't stop. Eventually caught up and identified as you, Brian Hernandez. So that is why you have a pending case for burglary of a vehicle. From December of 20, March of 20, you got arrested for burglary of a vehicle, but you got deferred prosecution. And then in October of 19, you were arrested for assault, which you received a supervisory caution for. When you were brought in January, you were positive for marijuana, amphetamines, and methamphetamines. So on January 22nd, Judge Porter said that mom has to enroll you in school and show proof of enrollment. And he would consider releasing you from detention if she provided the documentation. You have adjudication dispo set on February 9th. So do we have mom here?
Yes, Your Honor, she is here.
Mom?
Yes.
So how long has he been using meth?
She's gonna need translation, Your Honor. She doesn't-
Okay, if you can ask her, please.
Señora.
Sí.
El juez pidió que le digas cuánto, si usted sabe qué tanto tiempo tiene Brian abusando drogas.
No, yo no sé la verdad.
¿No sabe nada de las drogas?
No.
Your Honor, she's not aware of his drug use.
Can you ask her if she knows he's using methamphetamine?
Señora, usted sabía que estaba usando drogas.
No, yo no sabía.
No, nada de, no se miraba drogado, nada.
No.
No, Your Honor, she never knew anything about it. And I asked her if he ever looked like he was high, and she said no.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you say methamphetamine in Spanish?
That's a hard one for me. Señora, let me try this.
Methamphetamina? No.
Your Honor,
Que estaba usando la metanfetamina.
No.
Okay, it's the same, Judge.
What about marijuana? How long has he been using marijuana?
you want me to ask her that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Señora,
Sí.
pues quiere saber si usted sabe qué tanto tiene usando marihuana, Brian.
Yo tiene como 3 o 4 meses que yo me di cuenta.
Your Honor, she says she's probably, it's been about 3 months that she's aware of that he's used marijuana.
Mikey, they did say they don't want to see my boobs anymore. Should we have a vote in the chat? 1 for more boobs, 2 for no boobs? 1 for more boobs, 2 for no boobs. Jonathan, what does 3 stand for?
So, Mr. Landon, how far did his
So
behavior
F in the
level
chat for
drop?
my boobs? Yes, F in the chat for my
Sorry?
boob.
How far did his behavior level drop?
He hasn't, Your Honor. He's been on level 1 outstanding, Your Honor.
Well, since January 11th. Okay, so as soon as he could, he got there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
He hasn't had no drops.
All right. Oh. I'm glad she filled out the enrollment form for him. His court date is only 4 days away. With the meth use, I'm just too concerned about him, especially because he keeps on escalating this with the same offenses. And then now with the car chase that put people's lives in danger. I'm just, Brian, I'm just doing this to protect you from you and the community from you. Okay, so your court date's in 4 days. If your court date was further out, my decision may be different. Because we're so close, I'm just going to go and keep you here for now. Hopefully there's a deal worked out and that I don't know what Judge Porter's going to do. Could be probation, it could be commitment, but whatever it is, you'll have a better idea of what's going to happen. Okay, so at this point, you need to keep up with the level of outstanding. I hope you understand how serious this methamphetamine use is to me. Okay, that's a big part of this. If the meth wasn't there, I think you'd be out already. Okay, all right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Linden. Ariana Howard.
Bye-bye.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Ms. Howard. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here to release you. I'm sorry. This is a detention hearing deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. Your attorney requested this hearing. And so, Ms. Jacobson, for what purpose are you requesting this?
Ariana requested this hearing because she wanted the opportunity to tell you that she understands she made a mistake, that she should have gone home that day that she had gotten the news about her sister being shot. She also found out that she got her grades from school had come out. She had passed all of her classes, and she is eager to return to school so that she can make sure she keeps up all of her credits. And so she has made it to level 1. I believe she's still on level 1, and she's asking that she be released. And her mother, who I spoke with, is also asking for her release.
So, Mr. Bose, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Carla Flores, this is the last time. Do not sit in front of a window. All right, do not move the camera around. This is still court. If you can't behave appropriately on Zoom, then you'll have to come here in person. All right, so Mr. Bose, she got to level 1 outstanding today. How far did she drop down?
She didn't drop, but she had a peer altercation the other day where she had to get put on a do not associate, but the level didn't drop. So she's been working her way up since she got detained. But she does have an adjudication disposition hearing on the 17th with Judge Porter for
The big thing here right now is her violating terms of EM, smoking weed, not participating in TCAP, right?
yes, and she also has 2 assault cases that she's going to be going to court for on this.
Right. But the assault cases were before, I mean, she was out on the assault cases on electronic monitoring, correct?
So, yes, sir. It was out of custody here, referred.
KH, first was
But they
Cyber
were
Club.
while she
Don't
was
talk
in
about Cyber
probation.
Club.
Right, which, I mean, that's my problem with our policies. These kids are on probation, the out of custody cases. All right, so this is, Ms. Howard, this is what I'm gonna do. This depends on you, okay? You're the level 1 outstanding, so I'm glad you're there. If your UA is clean, I will let you go. If it's dirty, then we'll test you weekly until it is clean, then I'll let you on electron monitor again. All right, so a couple things about this. I want to explain to you why I'm thinking what I'm thinking. I'm glad the electronic monitor can be a very useful tool. You didn't cut it off, so that's why I'm willing to let you go, all right? You violated the monitor and there's a consequence and you're owning up to it, and I'm glad that you are. Now, the marijuana use is a separate matter. If you just smoked once and you haven't get a UA and it's cleared out of your system, that's good. If you had habitually been using it, like smoking every day, it'll take up to 30 days for work out of your system. Okay, so it really depends on how much you were breaking the rules while this case was pending. If you're breaking the rules every day, then it's gonna be a lot longer for you to get out. So really, this is your poor decision coming back to haunt you, or if you're making good decisions and you had one mistake, then
I love
it's
you,
really
Allie
not much
B.
of a consequence. You get out quickly. All right, so I see your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I'm happy to answer the question. If you want to tell me something, I think your attorney probably does not want you to speak. All right, so do you have a question for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your question?
For my TCAP program, I had
Well, this doesn't sound like a question.
Oh.
A question starts with who, what, when, where, how, why.
do I just take the drug test today? Because I think
Yeah.
I clean.
We'll take one today, right? We'll take one today. And if it's clean, then we'll release you on electronic monitoring today. If it's dirty, that means you were smoking quite a bit of marijuana. And so you'll just have to wait till your body processes it out, okay? And this goes back to every day. If it's still dirty, that means you were breaking the rules every single day. And now you're finally getting caught for it, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this was not targeting issue. Okay. All right, Ariana, do you have any questions for me?
No, sir. When do I take it though?
Well, this isn't like a nail appointment, right? You can't schedule it. They'll come by and they'll give you a test today. Trust me, we don't want you here any longer than we have to. So I guess, Mr. Bose, if
Oh my God, Judge Kim, thank you for the reminder. Can somebody please message me and say you need to book your nail appointment, Kitch, because you're going to Orlando to hang out with none of your friends. None of your friends are there. You're going to go by yourself and just be by yourself. You guys are making me laugh so much. Seriously, I'm getting my fucking nails did soon. I'm gonna look delicious.
are you not on site today?
No, sir.
Okay, but somebody can give her a test here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll just give her a test. If she's clean, we'll fit her with the EM and release her today. If she's dirty, then we'll just do it every Friday until she's clean. We're not gonna do it every day. All right, Ms. Howard, we're gonna do it once a week until you're clean, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bose. And I'm not gonna sign a detention order yet, Mr. Bose. I'm gonna wait till I hear back from JPD.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, let's see, Colby Jackson. Colby, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, or no, this is a detention hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Right. So this is the one, Mom, I guess, went back to California with your daughter. And so we're trying to get CPS involved. Is Ms. Hernandez here?
Yes, she's here, Your Honor. Mother's here and CPS is here as well.
Okay. So I guess Talia Hernandez, is that, are you her aunt?
She's a friend of the family.
Friend of the family, okay.
Yes.
So who's the mother?
Mikalia Jackson
Okay.
and CPS investigator Brisa Saldana and her supervisor Nicole Rozier.
So who wants to speak on behalf of the department? Somebody from CPS. I just need one person to stand up.
Stand up. No, seriously, he's not asking for that much. He's asking for somebody from CPS who is in charge of this child to stand up. Guys, if you're just getting here, please go ahead, clock in for your shift. Hit that like button. It's really helpful with YouTube Daddy. You know how much I owe him. He's a bad master, I'll say that. YouTube Daddy is a mean master.
I can speak for the department.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Rose. All right. So at this point, for the department first, at this point, you don't really have a concern right now, right? I'm reading this as saying that Mom is saying that she's not refusing. She's just wanting her daughter to go with Ms. Hernandez.
Correct.
Okay. So you're here just in case things turn bad, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. All right. So we got that out of the way. Mom, at this point, you're asking, you have the child in California? Okay. I don't think your microphone is working. You're not on mute, but I can't hear anything.
Tell me about it, girl. I hate when
So
mics
I
don't
don't
work.
actually hear anything, so we're just gonna have to go with a thumbs up and thumbs down, okay? So, all right, so you were in California with the baby, correct? When I say the baby, that means Miss Jackson, your daughter's baby, correct? Okay, and you are okay with your daughter staying with Miss Hernandez here in Texas? Now, is there a plan on your daughter returning to California? No, it I can't hear anything you're saying, so it's either yes or no. I need a thumbs up or thumbs down. Is there a plan for her to return to California? No. Okay. So your intention right now is for her to stay with Ms. Hernandez for at least a little while? Ms. Hernandez, is that something, you're on mute, Ms. Hernandez, but Ms. Hernandez, is that something that you're agreeing with as well? Ms. Hernandez? Okay, that's a thumbs up. All right, so Ms. Hernandez, you understand that in 2016, she was placed on probation for an assault family violence case. In 2019, she was put on probation for felony assaulting a peace officer. So she has a violent history. Are you still wanting to take Shacolby into your home? You have other children in your home. And you do have an aunt and uncle who are having health problems living with you? All right, so Ms. Hernandez, I'm going to defer. This child is 17 years old. So this is the deal I want to make with you. I want to make sure that you understand that I'm going to be okay releasing this child to you, but you have to understand that you do have a duty to let me know if she is being violent or assaultive or, I mean, even generally disagreeable. Like, I need to protect you and your family from any kind of harm. So,
Yes, sir.
okay. So, okay, the sound is working on, Ms. Hernandez. So you understand that you do need to tell us if she's causing problems in your home, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Shacolby, you do have a history of running away, so I'm going to place you on electronic monitor, right, at the beginning. You do also have the history of drug use. So, how old are the children in your home, Ms. Hernandez?
I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Okay. So, Ms. Shacolby, I'm placing you on a sweat patch, all right? And what that is, do you know what a sweat patch is?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want you being around the drug culture at all, not with small children and ill elderly people. Okay. So that means I don't want anybody who's really using drugs. I don't selling drugs, giving drugs, things like that. You don't need to be around that. I don't want to put little children in danger. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I have seen kids come through here on homicide cases over $20 in weed. All right, something that small that somebody died over. Okay, so Ms. Jackson, Colby, do you have a question for me?
Yes.
Okay, what's your question?
As far as like my doctor's appointments and in school, because when I was in when I was here visiting, we were transferring my schooling. So the school that I would probably be attending was Winfrey and Grand Prairie. So I wanted to know how would that work, like doctor's appointments and stuff like that, being on the monitor.
Well, that's something you need to talk to your probation officer about. I will not prevent you from seeing a doctor, or going to school, or going to church. Okay, but that's your probation officer can answer those questions. I really can't.
Okay.
Okay. Robert Jacoby, you understand? I'm giving you a chance, but if you come back here because you're causing problems or you pick up a new offense, I'm probably just gonna keep you in downtown in central lockup with the adults until your case is over. All right.
Yes.
So this is probably gonna be your last time at Kimbo. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, one way or another, either you do great or you do bad, and then you end up in downtown jail. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Shacolby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rozier. Roger
Thank you.
Jones. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adeniji is your attorney. All right, so Mr. Adeniji.
Yes, sir.
Sir? Yeah, so I'm very familiar with this case. This is the one with the homicide on the sleepover over a cell phone. So, one outstanding. What are we waiting on for this one? Oh, jury trial?
Yes.
Did you fill out the name? I need, yeah, in the future I need you to. No, that's right. I'll trust you, but I mean, I trust Daniel, but as a habit, I want Mary to do it. That's okay. No, this is the one who's been here for 284 days. But we're just waiting on jury trial, which if it doesn't happen until April, we're looking at another 60 days for no reason other than we can't have jury trials. Mr. Nava, what is behavior level? You got to one outstanding on January 22nd. What happened immediately before that?
Dropped down to 2A. Lost points from both shifts. And
For what?
Lost points from both shifts. Typically, it's been minor stuff, talking, out of his room, throwing his jacket. Mr. Jones, I know I've told you before that it really bothers me that you've been here for so long while this case is pending, all right? But I've also explained to you, because the serious nature of this offense is a murder charge, that I'm extra cautious about this, okay? Some of this is your fault, some of it's not, or could be your fault. Some of it has nothing to do with you, okay? This is where I'm at now. I'm gonna let you out for the weekend, okay? You need to turn yourself in Sunday night. Mom, you can turn him in. He'll be on electronic monitor, all right? We'll fit him with that. He'll go home with you now. He'll be with you. Now, it is a very strict electronic monitor over the weekend, okay? You need to spend time at home. If people want to visit, they have to come to your home and visit him, okay? Roderick, I'm giving you a chance. Depending on how you do, that determines what future chances are. All right. If you do everything right, I'm likely to do this again. Okay. But if you mess this up, if you push the boundaries, then it's really gonna be hard to give you any kind of grace in the future. Okay.
So this is you, I know it's not easy for you to keep that behavior level. I'm glad that you did. And this is sometimes you have to work a long time just to get one small benefit. Sometimes you have to work a long time to get a really big benefit, all right? So I'm trusting you on this one. Please don't burn me, all right? I'm gonna give you the weekend with home. Mom, you need to bring him by 8:00 p.m. Sunday evening?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
okay? All
Yes,
right. So that gives you a couple days here. You can spend time with them. I want to see how it goes. All right, Roger?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes,
I have a question.
yes, ma'am?
Can I take him today to get his haircut?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
We'll just do, Mr. Nava, just give him a timeout until, Mom, you're going to be with him the whole time, right?
Yes, sir.
So we'll just, Mr. Nava, let them go wherever they want to go until be home by, let's say, 10. And then after that, tomorrow and Sunday, he just needs to be at home. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Anichi. Malachi Lester. It's funny, you know, it's like as a judge, everything is blank check. You don't fill it in, right? So,
Yeah, I gotta remember that.
yeah.
But I'm usually really good about it.
So, Mr. Lester, are you here? All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Ms. Sherman, currently has COVID, so she was unable to make it. So Mr. Pearson is going to go and cover for her, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Pearson. All right, so Malachi, you're 15 years old. Fort Worth PD brought you in December. And police were dispatched for domestic, met with dad, said that you came out of the room angry, accused him of taking your Apple TV device. In retaliation, took your dad's phone. An argument ensued. Mom stepped in. And as mom was trying to separate y'all, you pushed her, which caused a fight between you and your dad. Dad slipped and fell, and evidently hit him multiple times, about 8 times in the head with a closed fist. And you admitted striking your father to the police. So parents are worried about you returning home. CPS is involved. And so they're asking for us to give a psychological. So we've done the evaluation. Have we gotten the report yet, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir. And I understand that it has been recently forwarded to CPS.
And he's level 1 acceptable. Why is he only level 1 acceptable?
Let me look at his points quick, Your Honor.
We have somebody from the department here?
Ms. Delorier is from the department, Your Honor.
Who is Ms. Delorier?
I'm
Mary. Oh, okay. Thank you. Ms. Delorier, if you have a chance, you can't do it from within the session, but if you change your name, put CPS in the front, just makes it easier. So, but you don't come here often enough, like you don't have to. I'm just throwing it out there. All right, Mr. Lewis, were you able to find out?
Yes, sir. There were some points lost for slow to comply, not following instructions, and sharing milk. That was on the 5th today.
Oh, well,
Sharing milk?
you know, Malachi, I'll tell you, that seems like the absolute dumbest reason for you not to be level 1 outstanding.
Sharing milk. Holy shit.
You know, if you're not level 1 outstanding, I'm not releasing you. Rules are rules. Either you follow them or you don't. At one point, you'll be released from here. If you're released, then I have a say-so in where you go to. And if you want to go to a place where you have more freedom to make decisions on your own, then you have to show me that you're making good decisions. If you just want to do your own thing, then ends up you going to, I don't know, lockdown facilities through CPS, like RTCs that don't give you any kind of movement or freedom and are highly structured. So show me what we can do here, and that gives me information that I can give you more opportunities when you get out. But if you keep on just breaking whatever rules you can, just small rules, that shows me I can't really trust you, right? So it's what you do here is you're proving to me that you deserve a better opportunity when you get out of here, okay?
Sir.
So Malachi, you're not level 1 outstanding, so I'm not gonna release you. You understand that, right?
Sir.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So I was told even if I was level 1 outstanding, I wouldn't have the chance to go home.
Well, home is not an option right now because I think you may have burned that bridge. That may be, I don't know if that's permanent or not. There's no doubt that your parents love you. I mean, I know that they do, but it seems like with your father's medical condition, it may just be too dangerous for you to be there, okay? And so it's not about them caring for you. It's they have the right, your father has the right to live, like not worry about dying, okay? And because of his medication and his condition, the injuries that occurred may actually put his life in danger, okay? And you may not have realized it at the time, but I think that's kind of what happened. So that's why we're looking, CPS is involved at this point. It is purely it's not worth dying over situation, okay? All right, so anyways, all right, do you have any other questions, Malachi? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Jocelyn Saldana.
I'm here.
All right, hello, Jocelyn. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Sierra, is here. Jocelyn, you just turned 17. Where's that noise coming from? All right, so Jocelyn, you're brought in by Fort Worth PD for being a runaway. So December 3rd, there was a burglary of a habitation call. It turned out there was not a burglary, but the tenant opened the door and the police confirmed you to be a runaway. So you have a pending case for assault bodily injury from October of last year, which evidently happened in June of last year, a perimeter. There's an open CPS case. All right, so Jocelyn, you're level 1 outstanding right now. I'm gonna ask Ms. Aguirre, level 1 outstanding happened today. How far did she drop down? Jocelyn, hold on a second. Let me ask some questions. I'll give you a chance to ask questions in a minute. Ms. Aguirre, how far did she drop down and for why?
Your Honor, she dropped down to level 1 acceptable yesterday, and that was due to detention staff stated she was being disrespectful, going to the doorway despite staff instructions, and going over shower time.
All right, but Jocelyn, this is the kind of thing that was causing problems at perimeter, right?
Can you repeat that?
These are the kind of issues that were causing problems at perimeter?
Sir, I was on drugs. I don't remember what happened at perimeter.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, and we do have a representative with CPS, Sandra Conde. She was unable to change it to display CPS.
Who's the one from CPS?
Conde, with glasses.
Good night. What is it? Masterhead, solve the puzzle. Have a good night. Thanks for coming by. Make sure you've clocked in for your shift by hitting that like button. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Can you unmute yourself, Sandra? All right. Thank you, Sandra. So what's y'all's plan? Oh, your audio's not working. You're not on mute, but your audio's just not working. Your microphone may be off. No, we still can't hear you. I think your microphone on your laptop is just turned off. Ms. Aguirre, did you have a chance to talk to her? Like, you know what their plan is?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a meeting, Mr. Sierra, CPS, and I. They do not have any placement options for her because she is not in CPS care.
Who's Ms. Carlock? She's raising her hand.
I believe she may be a CPS supervisor.
Oh, okay. Kerlock?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm with Unbound.
Unbound? Oh, okay.
So I'm here to represent her as part of the trafficking because they have confirmed trafficking.
Okay.
So I'm trying to just assist that we are looking for facilities as well. I haven't been able to speak to Miss Selena Agueda. I have been able to speak to the CPS individual, but I wanted to say that I am looking for placements. We have had some discussion, and I'd like to connect with them a little bit better so that we can represent a little bit more.
Ms. Aguirre, how much have you had a chance to really get to know this child?
I would say I know her very well, her case very well, details regarding concerns regarding abuse and neglect.
Okay. But I mean, as a person, you've had a chance to get to know her?
Yes, sir.
How long? So I'm assuming that she had actually spent some time out as a runaway. How long was she as a runaway?
Well, from July of 2020 to October 2020, she was in Abilene. When she returned, she stayed with mom for a short period of time at the shelter, ran away, and stayed with a lady by the name of Amanda Stansberry. Jocelyn denies that she ran away. However, mom states that she did run away, therefore made a runaway report.
Do we have mom here?
Yes, she is Carla Flores.
Oh, okay. Hello, mom. This is what I want to do. So, Jocelyn, you're level 1 outstanding, and most kids I would just release at this point. Here's the reason why I'm not going to release you right now, because you managed to run away for 4 months as a 16-year-old girl. Okay? Let me finish. I'll let you talk. I promise I haven't forgotten you. When you're a 16-year-old girl that can live on the streets for 4 months, that's not a good sign. That gets me really, really worried. Okay? And so that's why, given your court date is coming up so quickly, I'm going to hold you at least the court date. We can reassess this. But I'm just worried that if I let you out of here, you're just going to go out on your own again. Okay? So, Jocelyn, you want to tell me something or ask me something or tell me something?
I'm asking something.
Okay, go ahead and ask me.
Due to the fact that I've been off drugs for 2 months, which changes the whole situation, you can't consider putting me on an ankle monitor?
Yeah, so that's one of the things I do consider. The problem is I don't know how I can keep you from cutting off the monitor and disappearing for another 4 months. Right?
I'm not on drugs anymore. That's the thing.
Well, so you don't have to be on drugs. There are plenty of kids who cut off the monitor that are not on drugs, right? So that's my worry, is you could be sober and just make a conscious decision to cut off the monitor. Yes?
I'm trying to flip my life around. If you really go through, if you see my grades, I got 1C, that was a 79. I'm really trying to be different. I'm trying my best. I don't want my mother to keep experiencing this type of stuff. I've stressed her out enough. And I'm 17 already. This is more serious than when I was 16. I can't do the same thing.
No, I understand. You can do the same thing. That's the thing. You can, and that's what I'm worried about, is you might actually. So I'm not as worried about the charges that you have as much as I'm worried about you just running off and disappearing and ending up, in the dumpster behind a truck stop. All right. So that's where I'm at, is I don't know how to keep you from making really bad decisions. It's just the stakes are much higher. This is not like a simple criminal trespass or a shoplifting case. You've been kind of dabbling in a game that can, with really serious consequences. And so as a juvenile judge, I really have to make the effort to protect you, okay? And so this is it's a couple more days till your court hearing. So we'll have more information then. There's all kinds of things that need to be considered. So while I have no doubt you have the ability to do fine and be responsible, I just don't know if you will. Does that make sense? I'm going based on your history, what you've shown me. And so I'm not like a parent where I know you, I can see your heart, and I can make a decision by trusting you because there's a personal relationship here. I'm looking at a very academic, this is on paper, what has she done in the past? And if the past is a good indicator, what is she likely or capable of doing in the future? That's what I'm looking at. All right. And that's just, unfortunately, that's the way the courts are set up. Yes, Jocelyn, question?
I heard y'all say something about trafficking. Well, I'm not sure what y'all are talking about.
Yeah. So Ms. Carlock can come by and talk to you, and Ms. Aguirre can. All right. So just worry about, people taking advantage of you. That's the big thing for me. All right.
Okay.
So, especially when you're getting around drugs and things like that, you have a lot of you have a lot of uncaring people, and you have a lot of evil people. All right. That's something I've seen as an attorney and a judge. So, but your court date's so close. I'm more comfortable holding you until at least your next court date. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Jocelyn, keep up the level 1 though. Okay. That actually, if you weren't a level 1, this would be a no-brainer for me. The fact that you're level 1, that makes it a little bit harder for me. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Aguirre, can you come by and talk to me after the
Yes,
hearing?
sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Jaytwan Stewart.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Stewart, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, Mr. Pearson. He's your appointed attorney. All right, so Jaytwan, you're 16. You had one case for assault about a year ago here. You got supervisory caution. So, and you have a pending case for evading arrest out of Dallas. So, Ms. Aguirre, am I missing something? It says he has a pretrial hearing scheduled on February 24, 2020.
My apologies, Your Honor. 2021.
So the evading arrest, is that from 20 or 2021?
2020.
So he actually has a case over a year old out of Dallas County for a misdemeanor that's still going on.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So Arlington PD brought you in January 7th. They were dispatched to a shooting. They saw several black males running through the apartments, all heard gunshots, and bullet holes were found in one of the walls. One witness said he heard shooting and heard a bullet whiz by his head. It seems like the suspect vehicle exchanged gunfire with several black males. Surveillance video showed Jaytwan and 2 unknown people walk through the apartment. The Civic stops. Jaytwan and one of his friends walk over there. Pena goes to the vehicle through the back door. Seems Jaytwan upset. Seems throwing his hands in the air. His friend gets out. Jaytwan draws a gun and shoots at the vehicle. And they drive off firing back. So, evidently on Instagram, you self-snitched as being a member of a gang.
Self-snitching, that's something we hear a lot about. Gamer Cyber Squad.
And you're positive for weed. All right. Jaytwan, you have a question for me or you want to tell me something?
I want to tell you something.
Okay, your attorney doesn't want you to tell me anything. All right, I don't mind answering questions. The reason why is there is a district attorney as part of this meeting and they're taking notes. So if you tell me something, that may just give them information about you that puts you in a worse situation. Right, so I'm doing this to protect you. It's not that I don't care. It's not like I'm trying to shut you down. It's just I'm trying to make sure you don't get yourself into trouble. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So, Jaytwan, my deal is, and I think I told you this, whenever a kid's brought in with a weapon, all right, a gun, pretty much I always hold them. And if they actually use the weapon, I'm very cautious about releasing the child. Okay, so your level of outstanding, you have been since January 25th. All right, I'm glad to see that. That's got me paying attention. I'm going to detain you for now because I want to see how well you keep this behavior up. I don't think you understand how serious I take children with guns, especially if they use the guns. All right, you may not have known before this all happened, if it actually happened, but you know now, and that's just the situation that you're in. Okay, so I don't want to discourage you. I want to encourage you to keep your behavior up because if you're not level 1 outstanding, I will not release you. If you are level 1 outstanding, I'm gonna be very cautious about releasing you. It's just part of the problem when kids come in here with guns, okay? All right, Mom, do you have any questions for me?
No, so it'll be another 10 days and we'll come
Another 10 days. I'm very, very careful when kids are accused of using weapons or guns in crimes. It's just, you know, our society is out of control. I'm a big fan of guns, but I think children, if they use them, they should be around an adult with supervision. Based on what the witnesses are saying and the police report I have, it seems like that was not the case. It was a very dangerous situation.
Yeah,
So
because we don't, like, all of this is new to me, just like all of it's new.
Yeah. Oh, I have no doubt, Mom, that if you knew about it, you would have kept him at home that day. No doubt at all. Jitwan, do you have another question for me, or are you going to tell me something?
I got a question.
Okay, what's your question?
You said that I was in the gang, sir. I'm not in the gang.
All right. So according to your Instagram account, you claim to be repping the Trench Gang. All right. And so I don't know if it's true or not, but that's one of those things that if it's not true and you put it on Instagram, and that's your own fault. All right. You have nobody but to blame. If you're not with a set, then there's no reason why you need to claim a set. Right. So that just makes me more concerned. You have another question?
Yes, sir. And I was really trying to see.
Well, hold on. You want to say or you want to ask?
No, I'm trying to ask a question. I was trying to see, like, if there's any way you can give me an EM, like.
Oh, if I release you, it will be on electronic monitor. I'm not ready to release you yet because if everything what they say is true, you actually fired a gun that could have killed somebody or may have killed somebody. We just don't know. Right? I'm just very cautious about kids with guns. You kids have to understand, Judge Kim Akimbo does not fool around when it comes to kids with guns. Okay, I'm not going to say it's a zero tolerance. It's just, it slows everything down. I have to be extra careful and comfortable about releasing a kid when a gun is used. One kid I released today, there was a gun used in a crime and he was here for 280 days before I released him. Okay, I mean, you have to understand, depending on the facts of the case, I'm extra careful. Y'all just don't understand, but I take guns and kids very, very seriously. Okay? Yes, sir. Another
We
question?
get it, Judge Kim.
So, by the next 10 days, you think about releasing me?
Well, so I always think about releasing you. Right? I want to treat you with respect, talk to you like a man. Every single one of these hearings, I think about releasing the kid. There are certain things that keep me from releasing it. So if you were like a level 1 acceptable, would not release you, right? There's a kid today. Everything was fine except he's level 1 acceptable. I'm not going to release him. You have to be level 1 outstanding. After that, I'm going to look and see if you drop down, when did you drop down? How far did you drop down? What are the problems that you're having? I also look at the offense, how serious it is. Was there a gun used? Did it put somebody in danger, right? Did it show your disregard for other people's safety or their lives? Are you doing things that also works against you? Is putting yourself in danger, right? If this was in fact a drug deal gone bad, where you shot at somebody that shot at you, my job as a judge is to protect you from you. Okay? So these are all factors that I consider, and they all go in. There's no math formula. I just consider it all and decide what I think is best. You have another question?
Yes, sir. So they said that I raised up my hands and got mad. Sir.
Now you're going into kind of what they're accusing you of. Your attorney can call you and talk to you about that. I don't have all the information. I have a very brief summary. Okay. So you'll have to wait for Mr. Mr. Pearson can give you way more information than I can. Okay.
We'll discuss, Judge Juan.
Yeah. So Judge Juan, I'm spending way more time with you today because I really like your mom. Okay. I remember her from before and you're very respectful in court and and you're showing a little bit more maturity. I'm trying to explain to you what's going through the process. I don't spend this much time with most kids, very few. Okay. But it seems like for you, I can see the disappointment and kind of see the confusion. So I want you to understand what I'm going through and what the situation is so that you understand what's happening. Okay. I don't want you to walk out of here being like, what the heck just happened? All right. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mom, thank you. Good to see you. Hopefully, things will be different the next 10 days. It's just, I can't guarantee. We're just going to see. But when there's a shooting involved, I get very, very concerned, just like you do.
Yeah, I understand. Just,
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. That'll conclude detention docket for today.
Thank you.
Really, Judge? Is that really going to conclude detention docket? Well, we have to find something else to watch. Let's finish up what he's got going on here, because there's apparently 8 minutes left, and then I'm getting more shit, guys. It's Sunday night. We're addicted to court. We're gonna watch it. Don't worry. I'm here for you. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. It's so helpful. Oh, I won't leave it like that though. Hold on. I'll put it on pause for a minute and I'll find something else. One second. Thanks, Beth. Appreciate you. Seriously. Appreciate all your support, honey. We know why we're experiencing interruptions. We're in Canada, damn it. Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm getting there, I promise. We've got one more hearing tonight and then we're gonna sign off. That's probably another hour and a bit, so buckle in, get yourself a snack, let me know what you're eating. If you're still here and trolling from your cyber squad, I guess like check in. I don't know what cyber squads do on the hour, but do what do on the hour for cyber squad to make sure that cyber squad knows where you are. Larry did nibble the modem cable again, and I'm mad about it. I'm gonna have to penalize Larry again. I'm gonna spank him right now. You'll hear it.
In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33, we are not conducting in-person proceedings when possible. Instead, we are using Zoom to broadcast these proceedings. To comply with Texas Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public has meaningful access to our public courts. However, I'd like to remind people this is still a court proceeding, and so people are expected to behave appropriately. So please refrain from having bright lights from behind your head, which tend to shadow out your face. Please have your cameras on unless you are an officer of the court. That would mean, it looks like all the parents have their cameras on. You're expected to behave appropriately for court, so please not be laying down, using the restroom, taking showers, eating food, or having domesticated animals across the screen. All right, so let's get this started. We'll start with Cameron Newton. Do we have Mr. Newton here?
We do, Your Honor. He's in the SO plea.
Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, can you hear me?
Cameron, can you wave? You see him?
Oh, there we go. All right. All right, Mr. Newton, this is a 10-day hearing. You're currently in the Tarrant County Jail, but we still have to have these hearings every 10 days. Review your case, whether to release you or keep you here. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Ms. Keenan, I believe is here. Says Perkins.
I'm here, Your Honor.
So, all right, Cameron, this is the robbery call on Caverly. All right, at the home, and this is where an AR-15 was thrown inside a trash can by TCC. So, and at the time you were on probation for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Ms. Keenan, where are we on this case? We're just waiting on a trial?
We are actually here on the trial docket for April 19th. However, I saw what the Second Court of Appeals ruled on Friday, or last week rather. So I was actually going to ask if he could be released because we don't know if we're actually going to be able to even do those trials.
Which ruling? Which ruling are you talking about?
Stay of any in-person hearings.
Oh, yeah. So that should be for the seeking the mandamus. We should find out. Mr. Adler is the attorney on that case, so I think they extended the deadline for him to file a response to this Friday. Mr. Adler, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so I imagine for this they should come out with a decision within a week or two. I mean, within days or a week at most, but they'll move on this quickly. And so I don't want to quite set that off yet because this is set for April. Second court may grant it, the stay indefinitely, or I'm sorry, the second court may require me to put off everything. They may say I'm allowed to proceed, or they may, depending on the ruling, the losing party may seek relief with the Supreme Court of Texas. So I'm not quite ready to set off yet, just because we don't know what's going to happen. But of course, if they do, I'm going to comply with that. So I have no desire to appear in a show cause hearing. So at this point, we'll just see. I'll leave it on there, but we'll definitely move it off if we need to. That's not a problem. Okay, but I'm not going to push it if there's a mandamus comes down. All right. So Mr. Newton, I'm just, the fact that you were on probation at the time for burglary vehicle and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, and this is involving a firearm, and the firearm was discarded the way it was, for somebody to find. I'm just very concerned about the safety of the community. It seemed like you're having a lot of other problems on probation as well. So I don't know if the trial's going to go on April 19th or not, but that's when we're scheduled for. Hopefully it does, just so you can have resolution in your case. Right? But at this point, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you, Mr. Newton. All right, next we have Hector Arevalo. Hector, are you here? Hector?
Judge, I think he's out of custody.
Your Honor, he's supposed to be in the lobby.
Okay. Okay. Looks like
I'm
he's
bringing him
coming
in.
I'm bringing him in, Judge. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, Hector, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm making a decision whether to take you into custody or to leave you in the community. If I take you into custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, we'll provide one for you. Mr. Adler has been appointed in the interim to be your attorney. All right, so Hector, you're 16 years old. Currently, you're on probation for, well, you had probation in 2019 for threatening or using a firearm at a school or bus. And I guess, Maribel, did he finish that probation for the misdemeanor? Ms. Montalongo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He completed his probation and then he came in for a new offense for aggravated robbery.
Okay, so in June of last year, Hector, you got probation for aggravated robbery. Was that a determinate sentence?
No, sir.
Okay. How long was the probation for?
Till his 18th birthday.
All right. So Hector, last week, we received a referral from Fort Worth PD. According to the police, on October 30th of 2020, so that's just 2 months after you got probation, at about 2:30, they were dispatched for a shooting call. They met with Fort Worth firefighters who was treating somebody for a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When there's investigation, he said he was given a gun by Hector to store for him. Showed a Snapchat video that Hector had uploaded. In this Snapchat video, officers see an arm with the gun being fired as a Glock. The gun being fired was a Glock. It was found in Larry's room, and it was stolen out of Pennsylvania. So you're being charged with the unlawful transfer of a handgun to somebody, providing a handgun to somebody who's under 18 years old. Ms. Montalongo, did it just look like an accidental shooting?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Mom, are you here? Are you Mom? Do you speak English? Mom, do you speak English?
No.
No? Mr. Adler, or I guess, I don't know, Miss Montalongo, can you ask her, like, where did the gun come from?
Señora, ¿quiere saber el juez que de dónde vino de dónde salió la pistola?
No, pues no, yo ni sabía que la pistola estaba en la casa.
Mother advised that she didn't know that the gun was at the house.
So the aggravated robbery that he's on probation for, did that involve, oh, that involved a knife and not a gun? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. He has not paid anything in restitution yet, has he?
No, sir.
How else has he done on probation?
He's done very well on probation. He's working, doing online school. Him and his mom are very responsible and report, check in with PO.
Look, Hector, I have very little tolerance for kids that are on guns. I'm not sure what actually happened with Larry, but he's saying that you're the one that provided the gun to him, and it looks like apparently your Snapchat account shows a video with you around firearms. This is why you're on probation for aggravated robbery, and this is after you're on probation for threatening to, I guess, shoot up a school. So at this point, I'm just not comfortable keeping you in the community. I wish you kids would understand. I draw a line when kids have guns. I'm just not comfortable with it. I have a big problem because people end up getting shot, either on purpose or by accident, which evidently is what happened now. Hector, at this point, I can take you into custody. We'll review your case and decide what to do, but this could end up being a bad situation for you. It looks like your hand is raised. Hector, if you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question. If you want to tell me something, your attorney does not want you to tell me anything. I don't want you to tell me anything. I don't want you to put yourself in the spot, okay? So do you have a question for me, or do you want to tell me something?
I got some evidence I want to show my attorney.
Okay. That's your attorney. Okay, your attorney will get in touch with you, and then he will, that's something that's important. Hopefully that evidence shows that you had nothing to do with this. But at this point, I hope you understand why I'm making the decision that I'm making, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hector, Mr. Arevalo. Jabari Balo.
Yes, sir.
Jabari, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And we have appointed Mr. Willett as your attorney.
Sir.
All right, so Jabari, you're 14 years old. Currently, let's see. So you have a pending case for assault causing bodily injury to a family member. And then now you're brought in because on New Year's Eve, police were dispatched for domestic. Mom said you were outside on the patio when she told you to come in. You were angry, threw rocks at her. First one missed, second one hit her. On January 15th, I released you at a 10-day detention hearing. February 5th, Mom said you had actually run away. So, all right, so Mr. Crawl, he came in on Friday on the runaway. How do we find him?
He ran away. I guess he returned to the house prior to when the cops arrived later. And so we had already issued a DTA at that point for him not being present.
So do we have a parent here?
Mom is not present that I'm aware of.
I'm here.
Oh, here she is.
Okay, Miss Washpun, is that your name?
Yes.
Okay. So how long was he a runaway for?
He had ran off about 2 hours.
Do you know how long he was gone for?
About 2 hours.
Do you know where he went?
He was in the back of the property, and when he returned, he cursed me out and my friend and destroyed everything on my patio and proceeded to throw rocks at my window, trying to bust my windows out.
So what is it with him and throwing rocks?
That's this what he do. He and all over, because he didn't want to clean his bathroom. He got caught doing something, and he told me he wasn't going to do it. He'll just get in trouble for it, and that's when he ran off.
So is cleaning bathrooms, that's one of his chores?
Yeah.
What other chores does he have?
Keeping his bathroom clean, his room, helping out around the house, and he doesn't want to do that.
So he has three chores to do.
And do his work.
Free chores is more than
And
not a noob gamer, as mom asks.
whenever I tell him to do something, or he get caught doing something he ain't got no business doing, this is when the rage come in and he runs off. Cursed me out and my friend terribly.
Irma, are you taking the one we just did?
No, I'm bringing it up.
Okay, thank you.
And he also said he not going to jail. He going out like Scarface. So when the police
Like Scarface, holy shit. And don't worry, she's not gonna OD. Allie B, I've been taking dabs every time Courtney says it. I've been dabbing too. Don't worry. We all good. We all good except for fucking, what are we calling him now? Noobs? Noobs with his mama's boobs? Noobs with his mama's boobs?
came, they had to physically place him on the ground because he was not complying with their orders.
Has he seen a mental health doctor?
I just got off the phone with JPS. I was able to get an appointment with him for April 6th. And he's also scheduled with Yes Waiver for March 25th.
So he has not seen a doctor before?
He has. And there hasn't been any official definitive diagnosis for him.
They just kept saying not a
He's never
noob,
been prescribed
noob
medication?
gamer. Not a noob gamer.
He was like,
I be right out. Allie B, I'm on. So thank you especially to not a noob gamer for spending so much time in my chat tonight, engaging so well. Every chat that you've given, every response you've given, and every minute that you're here helped me climb the ladder. Thank you. I love you, honey. Even if nobody else does. I do.
In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33, we are not conducting in-person proceedings. When possible, instead we are using Zoom to broadcast these proceedings. To comply with Texas Open Courts Act, we are
Where'd it go?
broadcasting
Why is it still playing? Hold on.
Could you send that offense report again?
I'll do it right
Good morning,
now.
everyone. This is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court for Monday, February 8th, 2021.
The Cyber Squad
With the
1000%
Texas Supreme
steals
Court Emergency Order
underpants.
number
I'm going to
33, we are
skip
not
ahead here.
conducting
Hold on.
in-person proceedings. When possible, instead we are using Zoom to broadcast these proceedings. To comply with Texas Open Courts Act, we are I'm going to go ahead and detain you. All right. I'm worried about your behavior. You know, you only went away for about 2 hours. I don't know the conditions of the circumstances. It seems like I need to order a psychiatric exam for you. And so we can figure out if there's anything going on. If I do release you, it's going to be on the electronic monitor. All right. And I'm letting you know, this whole thing about chores, I don't think, like, you kids don't understand. You've got 4 chores to do. Everything else to keep you alive, that's what your mom's doing. Those are her chores. Right? That's what you understand. Like, the fact that you're even living and fed and have a place to live, that's all because your mom's doing her chores. You doing 4 isn't really that much, so I don't get this. We'll go ahead and the doctor comes, I think, on Thursdays now. And so you'll have to see the doctor. Just be forthcoming with the doctor. We'll see if there's medication that can help you, if you need medication. All right, Jabari, I see that your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question. If you want to tell me something, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and not say anything. Your attorney will not want you to do that. All right, so if you have a question for me, do you want to tell me something?
I will have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
So, well, exactly what you just said. How did they find me? How am I a runaway if I'm on the
This
panel?
doesn't sound like a question. You have a question for me?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
So how am I considered a runaway?
Because you weren't where your mom told you to be.
Yeah, but I was on the panel. I don't runaway. I mean,
were you where your mom told you to be?
Inside the house.
Were you where your mom told you to be?
I said no.
Were you where your mom told you to be?
I said no.
There you go.
He's saying he wasn't, Your Honor.
Right. Okay. And that's what it is.
That's your point.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be where your mom tells you to be. That's the way it works. Wait till you're 18, then you can go wherever you want, or you can go nowhere. But
yeah, I can't wait for that day to come too.
Well, Mom, that's the thing is they'll come whether we like it or not, hopefully. All right. And so the question is, what can we do to help Jabari along the way?
Right.
In a position when he turns 18 that he can make good decisions. That's what we're trying to do. Okay? All right. Thank you, Jabari. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you.
Eric Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez. All right, Mr. Hernandez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Sierra has been appointed as your attorney. Derek, you're 15. You've never been here before.
No, sir.
On Friday at about 10 o'clock, Arlington PD went to domestic and talked with your mother, stepfather, and your brother. Said that there was a fight that began when you slapped your 2.5-year-old brother in the face for using a curse word. Mom became upset and tried to discipline you by slapping you in the face, but evidently you grabbed her hand to stop it. Brother thought you might have hurt your mom, so he stepped in to stop it, and that evidently upset you, so you used both hands to push him in the bed, got on top. Wait. So Eric, your brother, used both hands to push on the bed, got on top of you. No, you pushed him. And that Jose is saying, then you used your left hand to choke him for about 30 seconds. Mom was able to separate you two. Officer saw scratches on Jose's neck, but no marks on the 2-year-old's face. You said that you and Jose did have a fight, but only punched each other with body shots. And you only put hands on Jose to control him in order to punch him, so you brought over here. Do we have a parent here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's the parent? Oh, there we go. Mom, do you speak English?
No.
All right. Well, Mr. Larha, I mean, Really, my main question is, how are the fights usual between the brothers, or is this something that's different?
Señora, el juez quiere saber si las peleas entre José y Eric es una cosa que ocurre regularmente o no.
No.
No, Your Honor.
No, which one?
It doesn't occur regularly.
How old is Jose?
17.
Is mom worried about me releasing Eric back home to her?
Señora, ¿está preocupada si el juez la deja que se lleve el niño a la casa?
No.
No, she's not.
Not worried about the safety of the 2-year-old?
Señora, no está preocupada con la situación del niño que tiene 2 años solamente. ¿No está preocupada que el niño puede estar en peligro?
No.
No, she's not.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and trust mom then. You go ahead and release Eric back to mom. Mom needs to know that if Eric is causing problems at home, that she needs to let you know so we can bring him back here to detention.
Señora, el juez lo va a dejar que se lo lleve a la casa, pero él quiere asegurarse de que si tiene problemas con Eric, nos tiene que llamar inmediatamente. Okay? Okay.
I want to make sure you understand, if, I'm not saying it happened, but if it did happen, do you understand how choking somebody escalates things to a different level that gives more concern?
El juez también quiere que sepas que cuando hay una situación donde un niño le pone las manos a otra persona en el cuello y le aprieta el cuello, es una situación que es bien peligrosa. ¿Ok? Él quiere que tú sepas eso.
Sí, entiendo.
Eric, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, go home and do right. Okay, do right to your mom, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Brian Hyder. Mr. Hyder, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Lewis has requested this hearing. Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Morning, Judge.
All right, for what purpose did you request this hearing?
Your Honor, the family retained me last week. It's my understanding they had a detention hearing where some issues were raised, but I've tried to look into them, and I asked the judge the court to reset it in front of you so that we could address those issues again, please.
Okay, I mean, this is one where there's a gun show. Off-duty officer from Cedar Hill saw this kid who knew him, and he was in possession of an AK-47 pistol. So, I mean, what would you like me to, and he's pending aggravated robbery and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon case in Dallas County. So, Mr.
Yes,
Lewis,
Your Honor. I've checked on I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
It's hard to pick up on this Zoom. I've checked into that a little bit, made some phone calls. All I've learned so far, and Ms. Brazel can step in if she knows more, but at this point, all I know is it's a referral. No case been filed yet. There's no hold. I've talked to my client about it. I've talked to the family about it. There's just a lot of unanswered questions right now. My concern is that if we hold him here on something that may never transpire in Dallas, we don't even know if it's actually him or if they're going to have probable cause. Dallas can always bring him in for an intake just like we do here. They can have their detention hearing if they decide that they do want to pursue the case. Holding him here on the misdemeanor charge, I think, is just something that's not necessary. His parents have the way to have him at home. They've signed him up. He's on virtual school. So even a GPS would allow him to be at home, allow us to know his whereabouts, allow him to attend school. And if and when Dallas is ready to pursue those charges, they could then bring him in.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, one of the bigger deals is he's a verified member of a gang and he was in possession of a firearm. Like I just don't know at what point, like releasing this child this early on, I'm not convinced that the community is safe. Like, I don't understand how, I mean.
Yes, Judge, I talked to Mr. Boneberg, who has the case, about it just prior to this hearing. And it's my understanding that Mr. Hyder has no criminal history. If he's a documented gang member by Cedar Hill with no criminal history, it raises the question from my perspective, how the heck would he know that? I mean, if Cedar Hill puts him on a list, If the government puts a citizen on a list, but doesn't say you're a documented gang member, and he's at a gun show where everyone walking around is holding a gun and he's
Hold
holding
on. I'm not going to assume that everyone under 18 is holding a gun.
Yes, Your Honor. I just mean, it's not like he's walking in a mall carrying a gun. A gun show's a little bit different circumstance.
Yeah, not if you're 16. I mean, I think the only different circumstance if you're under 18 is when there's a responsible adult with you that's supervising you. Yeah, Mr. Lewis, I'm not, if you have a gang member that's
My
at a
understanding,
gun show
Judge, is there-
carrying a gun with other gang members, that one, man, that just smells too bad for me. I'm detaining him. I'm just concerned about the safety of the community. I mean, that's the problem for me. Everyone knows me and knows I'm a big fan of guns, but just when kids have guns, and that's a scary, scary thing. So at this point, I'm going to continue to detain him. I want to see behavior from him over a period of time instead of just a couple days to decide whether it's safe to release him in the community or not. Mom, what are his grades like at school? I know he's online, but what are his grades like? Are they all A's?
Right now, I registered him to start today, just in case he was released. And so now I'm gonna have to call the school back and let them know that I'm gonna have to take him back out because I'm gonna get in trouble if he's not doing his work.
He's enrolled in Fort Worth ISD while he's here, so he's not missing days of credit.
Okay.
Right? And so if that makes you feel any better. I hope you understand. I mean, I think I remember talking to you last week and you said you didn't know where the gun came from. I get that, but this is, there has to be a certain point where we stop kids from getting involved in gun crimes. And, I'm at a loss, but it seems like the only way is kids that are caught with guns. I'm just very hesitant, very careful about releasing them. It's a very deliberate decision by me, not one I just kind of take. I really don't I always err on the side of caution. So that's just the way it is in Tarrant County with kids with guns. And so I understand things are different in Dallas County. It's just, I'm the one making the decision here. Okay. So, all right. So Brian, we're going to wait a little bit. I just want to see how it is. I mean, I understand it's just a misdemeanor, but these are misdemeanors that are the start to more serious felonies. So just your level 1 outstanding, keep it up. We'll review this and we'll decide where to go from there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Brian.
Am I excused, Judge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Good to see
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay.
Roger Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adniji is... Latif, are you here? No? Okay, we're going to ask Ms. McGonigal to step in. All right, so I do believe...
Yeah, Judge.
Hello, Mr. Adniji. All right, Roger,
Good
I
morning,
do believe it's really bothering me that your case is pending for so long. And you've been here for a long time. I think I'd let you go over the weekend for a day. Is that right? Or 2 days?
Yes, sir.
Got your hair cut? So I see that. Mom, how was your time with Roderick?
Enjoy Roderick.
Okay.
And I mean, he have grown so much, and I thank you for that time.
No, I apologize that this case is taking so long. It is because of the coronavirus that there's this delay. If it was up to me, this would have been resolved a long time ago, one way or another. Right? But I hope you understand the position that I'm in.
Yes, sir.
But I hope you understand, I still understand he's still a kid. And I'm trying to do what I can to treat him like a kid. All right, so
Yes,
Roderick,
sir.
at this point with your case, I'm going to detain you. All right, we're going to review this. We'll decide. We'll get another pass to get you out on the weekend. I don't want you to lose relationships. I don't want your mom to miss out this part of your life as you're growing up. But I hope you understand with the case I'm looking at, I have to just be really, really cautious. For the fact that it seemed like
Hiya, Heather.
this is Jorge's case. Jorge, are you here?
Yes, sir.
All right, so she picked him up on time, returned him on time, right?
Yes, sir.
Gave him a drug test, he's clean, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this opens the door for the next time to review this and give you another opportunity like this. All right, Roderick?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Adniji.
Yes, sir.
Braden Moore. All right, Mr. Moore, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you here or release you. When a kid comes in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Mr. Newman is your attorney. I don't think Mr. Newman's here today. Ms. McGonigal, if you can substitute in. All right, so Braden, you are 17, you just turned 17. You are on probation for unlawfully carrying a weapon in a prohibited place. I'm going to ask Mr. Alexander, where was the prohibited place?
It was his high school, Judge.
His high school. Took a gun to school.
He was at Kennedale. The gun was unloaded. I do think that's important. He had to clip it, and there was no
Law
bullet.
doesn't distinguish between loaded and unloaded.
True.
All right, so February 1st, part of your probation, you were placed at Gold Star Academy in spring, through, I guess, through CPS. And your manager conservator is OCOK. Do we have somebody from OCOK here?
She's here, Judge. Miss Merritt.
Oh, hello, Miss Merritt.
Hi,
Okay,
how are
so
you today?
we had placed Braden at Gold Star. And you ran from placement while she was there to pick you up and transport you to a temporary placement. Ms. Merritt, why was he leaving Gold Star? Was
He was being discharged from Gold Star due to his erratic behaviors and his runaways and his stealing from other peers in the facility.
So he ran away. Mr. Newman, this is your kid here. Ms. McGonigal was covering for you. So he was so Gold Star is a non-secure facility, I guess. So he ran away from that facility?
Correct. He's run away from there and also other facilities in the past.
How many times did you run away from Gold Star?
I believe only once.
Okay.
I believe only once.
How many times did you run away in total?
Total, I'm gonna say several, anywhere from possibly 5, possibly 6
Okay.
in total.
All right. So while loading up the vehicle, the faculty accused Braden of stealing from the facility and went to search you. Then you ran off. Ms. Merritt stayed in the spring looking for Braden for a couple of hours, couldn't find you, made a runaway report, and then we found out you were picked up in Venus, Texas around 2 o'clock this morning. You're on probation for NTCAP for UCW. Ms. Merritt, what's in Venus, Texas? Do we know?
No, Your Honor, I am unaware of who is in Venus, Texas, whether it could be possibly a family member or a friend.
All right, so Braden, I'm gonna lay this out for you. I really don't like your shenanigans. You're looking at possible commitment on a felony level offense. I'm not gonna release you because I feel like you're just gonna run away from another CPS or OCOK placement. I'm also gonna let you know that you're 17 years old. So the law says I have an option of either keeping you in our juvenile facility or in the adult jail downtown, okay? That is up to you. If you behave here and you're level 1, then I will let you stay here at Kimbo. If you're gonna cause problems and set a bad example for the other younger kids here at our facility, I'm gonna have you housed downtown. So either you get your act together and you behave here and do what you're supposed to do, or we'll send you downtown until your case is resolved. You understand, Mr. Hayden? Mr. Braden? Or Mr. Moore, I'm sorry. All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, next we have.
Clarify one aspect.
Yes.
Will I be entitled to a hearing prior to the court's decision as far as whether he's housed downtown or in the detention center?
Yeah, discretion of the court or when, so the law says if he's detained, then it's my discretion on where he's detained. So.
Although I agree with that, I don't know necessarily that our jail itself complies with the necessary provisions of the family code, would be my concern. So in the interest of avoiding a writ.
No, I actually would love a writ on this one. I'm confident what's going on. You will keep the you and I will keep the Second Court of Appeals busy to fix the gaps in the family code, Mr. Neiman. The way I see it, just as a starting point, if you look into it, is the requirements to stay in a juvenile detention facility apply. They're compulsory if a child is 16. And so they're not compulsory at 17. they're prohibited at age 18.
I agree with everything the court has just stated. I think where we disagree possibly is whether or not our jail has sufficient policies and locations in place for them to house somebody in this scenario. And that's
Right.
something I need to look into a little bit and research a little more, though.
Well, I hope Mr. Moore just behaves and it's a non-issue.
Agreed.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Maya Pipkins. Ms. Merritt, does that answer your questions? Ms. Merritt?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was saying thank you, Your Honor.
No, that's okay. Yeah, if y'all find another placement, let us know, but it'll have to be a secure facility.
I definitely will. I definitely
Thank
will.
you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Pipkins, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding what, when a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Ms. Johnson as your attorney. Good morning, Carmen. Good to see you. You're on mute.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So Maya,
Yes,
18 years old. You came here back when you were 14 for like a shoplifting case. Well, here's my question. I guess, Mr. Dotson, did we ask for a drug sample and she refused?
No, sir. They had a mix up with the room numbers. They did get it. And it was positive for marijuana.
Okay. All right. So, are you mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know she's smoking weed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't give her the weed, do you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right, so let's see. On Saturday, about 2 o'clock, Arlington PD brought you in. They were called to the residence of your ex-boyfriend and
You
the father
said
of your
when?
child.
You said when?
Sunday, actually, on the 7th. Okay, so they got there, spoke to Amaya outside, saw damage to a Camaro. She admitted she was upset with her ex and drove her vehicle into his and also struck his vehicle with a tire iron. The victim said he heard you upset outside, went to confront you. He saw you attempting to put coolant in his gas tank. And then you evidently lifted a tire iron to threaten him. He was in fear of his life, but he was worried about getting hurt. He also learned that Maya and your son, his son, were in the backseat of the vehicle when she struck the vehicle. All right, so Mom, some questions. How old is this baby?
He's 1.
1. All right. Is there a court order as far as custody of the child?
No, sir.
Okay. Where does the child, I guess they just kind of work it out between them?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, hold on. Your grandma, what do you mean you guess? Does she live with you?
Yes. Yes,
So
sir.
it's your 1-year-old grandbaby. How do you not know what their agreement is?
They've been working it out. I get the baby and the other grandmama get the baby, both of them. We just been working it out that way.
Okay. Wait, the boyfriend's 21?
They met when they was like in high school. When she got to the 9th grade to Bowie High School, that's when they hooked up. She was in the 9th grade and he was in the 12th.
Did they intend to get married?
That was their plans. They talked about it. They had dreams.
Does she have any other children?
No, sir.
kind of outside the window, but it's possible. Is she still breastfeeding? Or is she breastfeeding?
He's on table food now.
Mom, do you know what the argument was about?
No, no, sir.
Is she respectful to you at home?
Yeah, she's respectful.
Does she smoke weed around the baby?
Huh?
Does she smoke weed around the baby?
I never seen her smoke weed around a baby. I have never seen her smoke weed.
Maya, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and order your release, but there's conditions. I'm gonna place you on electronic monitor. That you are to be nowhere, not to be within 500 feet of your child's father's home. And you are not to have any contact with either him or your daughter or your child.
My
right?
child? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm saying no contact with this child.
I think the baby lives with the grandmother. Amaya, stop talking.
He's gonna come, the baby come back with her. And we're gonna work this thing out the way that we've been doing.
Now that the child was in the car, when she ran a car into that car, if it actually happened.
Well, she was living there at one point, and she gave it back to me due to, I don't want to go off into everything else. We're gonna keep it here. So Maya and the baby is back with me.
You said she was living with you.
My records where I've been evicted, I have a lot of stuff that's going on. But they said, keep it focused on what we are talking about right now in Somalia. Everything is out of my control.
Where was she living?
She was living there.
But you told me she was living with you.
She's living with me now.
What do you mean by now?
I was evicted back in 2000.
Mama, that has nothing to do. They kicked it. I was with him.
He wants to, but I have to tell
you.
Yeah.
Amaya, stop talking.
You two can talk on the phone.
Okay,
All
what
right,
did
so
she left her house January the 1st, 2009, 2000 this year, 2000, yeah, January 1st.
well, then I'll tell you what, if that's the case and that's not possible, then I'm gonna go and detain you, Maya.
Huh?
Wait, what?
You said you're not gonna do that. Mom said that's not possible, so I don't trust.
Oh,
that
no,
you're gonna do
I didn't hear that.
So
She don't know what, explain it to her. She don't know what you're talking
we'll
about.
review this and we'll make a decision later on. But if I release you, it's gonna be on electronic monitor with random urinalysis, no contact with the adult victim or your daughter. And then I can't adjust that. I just want a cool off period to make sure that it's safe, to make sure it's safe that the
Maya.
all right.
Okay.
Coming out in like 30 days, 20 days.
Hello,
So
sir.
we'll review this in the future.
No,
days,
I want my baby to come home.
I've made my decision. There's no point in me talking, explaining myself. Diana Valdez.
What did you do, Mama?
Give us 1 second, sir.
What did you do?
Ms. Johnson, I mean, you understand where I'm coming from this one, right?
I'll bring her back in a couple of days. And they have a better plan in place.
I'm totally okay with that. Just make sure that there's a cool off period that I don't have to worry about the child, just impulsive decisions. Just because we're dealing with a 1-year-old baby. But I don't want her here.
Right.
Your Honor, it's going to be a moment before we get the next due
No, he may ask me to take it up. Judge, your next one's here. Oh, he may be muted.
All right, Ms. Valdez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Beaver is your attorney. Mr. Beaver, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Diana.
Larry fucking Beaver. Ladies and gentlemen, an F in the chat for the OG, the reason we have a Larry Beaver as a mascot. Let's go ahead and get an F in the chat for Larry Beaver. I know that was a sad case. We're moving on to the next one. That's all we can do tonight, guys. That's all I know how to do is move on. This is Larry Beaver, okay? This is the real Larry Beaver. Also, Melanie has 20 baby daddies. Also, I'm not on screen because my makeup is a little bit sad because y'all have been so good to me in the chat that I'm a little bit crying. Okay. So hold on, I'll fix it up and I'll be back on chat. I'm here. I've been here the whole time. Oh shit, now I'm clicking the mouse. I'm clicking the mouse. Listen to that. You hear that clicking? You hear the clicking? Oh, so clicky. So clicky.
So on Sunday, you were, well, let's look back. So you were.
Also, T-Rex, you don't pay shit. Get onto OnlyFans and you can ask for my tits. That's where they are.
Good. Everybody in your fourth PD brought you in. They're saying about 8:40. They noticed
Yeah, damn it. Larry Beaver, come on. Please don't hit the next button. Oh my god. Please. Please. I'm sorry, Larry Beaver. I'm sorry. Oh, that's true, T-Rex. You did. T-Rex did buy me coffees. Thank you, anybody who
Texas Open
subscribed.
Courts
Oh, I
Act.
mean, coffee's okay.
We
Judge Kim,
are
go. Take it
broadcasting
away.
these proceedings on YouTube, so the public has meaningful access to our public courts. However, I'd like to
Stevie,
remind
right,
people
we
this
were already
is
listening.
still a
I'm gonna
court
skip ahead.
proceeding, and so people how. I mean,
Yes, Judge, I talked to Mr. Boneberg, who has the case, about it just prior to this hearing, and it's my understanding that Mr. Hyder has no criminal history. If he's a documented gang member by Cedar Hill with no criminal history, it raises the question from my perspective, how the heck would he know that? I mean, if Cedar Hill puts him on a list, if the government puts a citizen on a list but doesn't say you're a documented gang member.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Does your government put people on lists? Oh, I'm such a shit disturber.
And he's at a gun show where everyone walking around is holding a gun, and he's
hold
holding
on. I'm not going to assume that everyone under 18 is holding a gun.
Yes, Your Honor. I just mean it's not like he's walking in a mall carrying a gun. A gun show's a little bit different circumstance.
Yeah, not if you're 16. I mean, I think the only different circumstance if you're under 18 is when there's a responsible adult with you that's supervising you. Yeah, Mr. Lewis, I'm not, if you have a gang member that's
My
at a
understanding,
gun
Judge,
show
is there-
carrying a gun with other gang members, that one, man, that just smells too bad for me. I'm detaining him. I'm just concerned about the safety of the community. I mean, that's the problem for me. Everyone knows me and knows I'm a big fan of guns, but just when kids have guns, and that's a scary, scary thing. So at this point, I'm going to continue to detain him. I want to see behavior from him over a period of time instead of just a couple days. to decide whether it's safe to release him to the community or not. Mom, what are his grades like at school? I know he's online, but what are his grades like? Are they all A's?
Right now, I registered him to start today, just in case he was released. And so now I'm gonna have to call the school back and let them know that I'm gonna have to take him back out because I'm gonna get in trouble if he's not doing his work.
And he's enrolled in Fort Worth ISD while he's here, so he's not missing days of credit.
Okay.
Right? And so if that makes you feel any better. I hope you understand. I mean, I think I remember talking to you last week and you said you didn't know where the gun came from. I get that, but this is, you know, there has to be a certain point where we stop kids from getting involved in gun crimes. And, you know, I'm at a loss, but it seems like the only way is kids that are caught with guns. I'm just very hesitant, very careful about releasing them. It's a very deliberate decision by me, not one I just kind of take. I really don't err. I always err on the side of caution. So that's just the way it is in Tarrant County with kids with guns. And so I understand things are different in Dallas County. It's just, you know, I'm the one making the decision here. Okay. So, all right. So Brian, we're gonna wait a little bit. I just want to see how it is. I mean, I understand it's just a misdemeanor, but these are misdemeanors that are the start to more serious felonies. So just your level 1 outstanding, keep it up. We'll review this and we'll decide where to go from there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Brian.
Am I excused, Judge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Good to see
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay.
Roger Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adniji is... Latif, are you here? No? Okay, we're going to ask Ms. McGonigal to step in. All right, so I do believe...
Yeah, Judge.
Hello, Mr. Adniji. All right, Roger, I do believe it's really bothered me that your case is pending for so long. And you've been here for a long time. I think I'd let you go over the weekend for a day. Is that right? Or 2 days?
Yes, sir.
Got your hair cut? So I see that. Mom, how was your time with Roderick?
Enjoy Roderick.
Okay.
And I mean, he have grown so much, and I thank you for that time.
No, I apologize that this case is taking so long. It is because of coronavirus. That's
Ooh, girl, what a thing to say for your son. Oh, thank you,
Enjoy
Judge, for
Roderick.
hurting
And
him.
I mean, he have grown so much, and I thank you for that time.
No, I apologize that this case is taking so long. It is because of coronavirus. That's
Ooh, girl, what a thing to say for your son. Oh, thank you,
Enjoy
Judge, for
Roderick.
hurting
okay.
him.
And I mean, he have grown so much, and I thank you for that time.
No, I apologize that this case. There's this delay. If it was up to me, this would have been resolved a long time ago, one way or another. Right? But I hope. And shortly after the vehicle came to stop, 3 female occupants, 2 juveniles, 1 adult, were discovered in the car and detained. Field sobriety tests on all 3. And Diana was the driver of the Altima, which belonged to adult female passenger. They found empty Smirnoff bottles in the vehicle. Marijuana residue. You have a parent here?
Your Honor, I believe that the mother is not planning on attending today.
Diana, you look familiar. Have I seen you before?
This is my first time here.
First time here. Mr. Ortiz,
Yes, Your Honor.
what do we do? Have you made contact with the mom? Have you talked to her?
Yes, I did.
You know why she?
I spoke with the mom. She's expressed her concerns about Diana running away and also being involved with some substance abuse. As a result of mom's request and also that she tested positive for marijuana, I went ahead and submitted a substance abuse referral this morning. And so I'm hoping to wait to see if we can get that completed and figure out what kind of services to provide.
What about, in the meanwhile, what do we do? What do we do with Diana?
Mom has refused to just participate for today. My hope is that we can reconnect her with Mom so that services can be provided in the community. That's my hope. But as far as today, I think if we were to have her detained, we could probably have the substance abuse referral completed while she's here in our custody.
Your Honor, I agree with Mr. Ortiz. I spoke to the mother this morning also, and she is really frustrated with what's going on. And hopefully she'll be on a position where she's more welcoming to have Diana return home.
I mean, Diana, I don't know what the story is, what's going on. Like, I don't know, like, what demons you have in your life. But what you have to understand that every decision you make has a consequence, okay? Every single one. So if it's being disrespectful to your mom, there's a consequence. Running away, there's a consequence. Not studying, there's a consequence, right? I don't think you're a bad person. I just think it looks like you're just going to do what you want to do and you don't worry about the consequences. That's just what it looks like to me right now, okay? Right now, I have to detain you because I can't put a girl out on 28th Street just to walk the streets, okay? So we need to figure out what to do with you. So I'm letting you know I'm detaining you, but hopefully, my hope is you're using this chance to make some better decisions to figure out how you got here and how you keep from coming back here again. Okay? Is that fair enough? I'm not trying to be your dad. I'm not trying to be a counselor. I'm just letting you know as a judge the way it's looking out for me. And you probably have something you thought about last night while you're here, and just you have a little more time to think about it. But just figure out somewhere along the way you made a wrong turn. Just figure out how you get back on the right road, okay? All right, thanks, Deanna.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Van Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Beaver. No, we're good, Deanna. Mr. Wilson, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you or to release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to be silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Sherman. Harmony, are you here?
Miss Hamrick.
Oh, Miss Hamrick. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line. Hello, Melissa. Good to see you. Jermaine, you're level 1 outstanding. You have been for about a week. This is see black Altima idling in the driveway, knocked on the door, made contact, talked to your girlfriend who's been living with you, share a bedroom with a baby. Oh, arguing about a car that you had purchased. Suddenly she said that you punched her several times. She said you pulled out a gun. Later on, police came, living room, and then they found a gun on you. And you are documented with the district attorney's office as a gang member. And they found the box to the gun in your room. And this is while you were on probation for aggravated robbery. Man, the fact that you're on probation for aggravated robbery, which means at a certain point you used a gun. Mr. Handy, can you keep the bright light from behind your head? Right, it just shadows out your face. It's the reflection coming off that white paper, so if you're like that, it's fine. All right, so Mr. Wilson, the fact that you're on probation means that you were willing to point a gun at somebody and put them in fear, and so it just gives me extra pause on this case. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Wilson?
The parent was notified. I spoke with her on last week and she was supposed to be here.
So this gives me extra concern. Honestly, the situations we're talking about, aggravated robbery and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The only more serious thing from here is actually somebody being shot and killed, right? So I'm not comfortable releasing yet. It's a matter of time. 1 week on level 1 outstanding is not enough to convince me. But eventually you could get there. There are kids that, no matter how serious the crime is, that they do convince me to let them go. This is a safety issue more than anything else. All right, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so at this point, I am going to let Judge Porter conclude this docket. Thank you, Judge Porter.
Thank you, Judge Kim.
Better than I deserve.
Daniel Garcia. Are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. You see him on the screen.
Where is he at?
Good morning.
All right. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant.
Judge Porter, I love you so much. What a good man you are. Hold on. Let me put down the drink I'm not drinking right now. Open the thing. First of all, I need sunglasses because I look like shit. Because my face is sad because I've been crying because y'all are so cute. Let's just not look at me. How's that? Okay, great. Judge Porter, you're amazing. We love you so much. We stan you. You're the best judge in the whole world. My makeup's not that. Why is it making me emotional to hear Judge Porter? Like Judge Kim, I could listen to all day. It would be like I was at work. But for some reason, Judge Porter comes on and it's like, oh my God, this guy cares. Like, more than your parents, maybe? I don't know.
Your initial detention, according to the Fort Worth Police Department, your current girlfriend and your ex-girlfriend got in a fight. Fight got broken up, but then shots got fired. You've been level 1-0 this morning. Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Judge, I think the mom is present. The mom has a really good plan if you would release him on the electronic monitor under strict house arrest, or I guess we call it house arrest. He can go to school virtually. Judge, this is a good family. They have siblings at home that are in the community, doing well in the community. They work, they go to school. Mom's never been in a situation like this. So I'm pretty sure this mom can assure you that if he violates any part of your conditions of release, if you were to release him, she would call the probation officer immediately. We realize how serious this charge is, but Judge, if we can just order him at home to stay at home, that's what the parent would be, that's what the mom would be asking for today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thank you, Judge.
Given that shots were fired and he's only been level 1-0 since this morning, the court is not yet convinced that if I were to release him, he would not be a danger to the community. And so on that basis, I'm going to order he be detained. We'll reconsider this in 10 days. So Mr. Garcia, you need to keep and maintain level 1-0 before I'll even begin to consider your release, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That'll be the order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jordan Gibson.
Judge, can I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, I believe the parent is in the lobby.
All right. Ms. Paxton, are they bringing the parent to the?
Yes, I just saw Daniel come out. Mom was supposed to be here.
Yes.
She's here. She's taking her time. But...
Good morning, Ms. Gibson. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every business day, 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. Your attorney, Ms. Deno, is here. Do you see Ms. Deno on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Jordan.
Has she completed the psychological evaluation that was previously ordered?
She completed a psychiatric.
Okay, psychiatric.
Yes, and she has been prescribed medication.
Okay. Ms. Deno, did you want to ask Mom some questions?
So I have talked to the mother on Friday. She had been visiting with her daughter each day by phone. She's aware what her daughter's diagnosis is and that she's taking medication. She's indicated that she feels comfortable with her daughter coming home and would be asking for her to be able to be released today. I did also talk with Jordan. She is taking the medication. She's been doing well in detention, and she would like to go home with her mother.
Ms. Paxton, is this Ms. Gibson's first referral?
It is, Your Honor.
Mom, do you have any concerns about Jordan running away?
No, not running away. No, sir.
Okay. What are your concerns?
Just to continue the medication to, you know, like she might feel like it's not working yet, but you know, you have to continue to take it. And that's my concern, her continuing to take her medicine to get better. That's all.
Have you and Jordan talked about the medication?
Yes, yes.
And has she told you that she's willing to do her part?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Then Ms. Deno, I'm going to go ahead and authorize her release. Since Mom's not afraid of her running away, we'll give it a try without the electronic monitor. Now, Ms. Gibson, it's your responsibility to do two things. First, you got to take your medication that's prescribed. And second, I want you to talk to your mom every day about how the medication makes you feel. And it may go up and down, and that's okay. But every day, I want you to talk to your mom how the medication makes you feel. And that way, you and your mom together can remember those details to help your doctor find everything that's going to help you. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. That'll be the order of the court. Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paxton. Andrew Jordan Handy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hold on just a second. All right, Mr. Handy, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. Excuse me. And Mr. Gladstone, your attorney is here. All right, I see that the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention based on a directive to apprehend. You're currently on probation and you've been level 1-0 since the 14th of last month. You have a hearing before me next week on the 18th. And I will note that you brought in this time for an electronic monitor violation. Mr. Gladstone, what are your thoughts? Uh-oh, you're on mute, Mr. Gladstone. Let's get you unmuted. There we go.
Which child is this, Judge? I just got on board.
That's okay. It's Andrew Jordan Handy. And I do believe his dad, Henry, is also here appearing by Zoom.
Yes, sir.
I'm hoping to get him home. I know there was a problem between him and his family somewhat, but I'd like to get him home on a monitor pending the hearing, see how he does.
Well, last time I let him go on the monitor, he decided to cut it off.
Yeah, I realized
that he was going to not do the chores that his dad had assigned to him and use some choice words and expressing to his father the displeasure of being assigned any chores. And given the fact that he's violated the EM in the past, given the fact that he's on probation currently, given the fact that he has a hearing before me next week, even though he's been level 1-0 almost consistently for a month, I'm not sure he'll come back next week when he's supposed to. And
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I correct you? He's not on probation right now. He's pending a burglary of a building. That's what he's going to court for. His probation expired previously. And so pending for birth of a building and a unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, which is
Oh.
at the same time as the EM violation.
Thank you for that technical clarification. All right, I'm going to order that you be detained, Mr. Handy. We'll see you next week. All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Happy late birthday, Andrew.
Oh, that's right. His birthday was yesterday. I apologize for.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dad. All right, Ms. Smith. All right, are you Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Smith, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Ms. Johnson, is here. Do you see her on the screen?
No.
Carmen, can you say good morning?
Morning, you see my hand?
I can hear her, but I can't see her.
All right, they probably have a limited view on the computer in detention. All right, the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. You've been level 1-0 since yesterday, and you have a hearing before me next week. Ms. Johnson, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, the alleged victim in one of these offenses does not wish to prosecute, and we've let the district attorney's office know that. I'm not sure what they're going to do about that. And there seems to be some other issues with the other part of the petition, but it was my understanding her mother wanted her home.
Does she have a parent or guardian here today?
Your Honor, I did speak with the parent on last week. She was supposed to have been here.
Okay.
So I would ask that you release her to her mother when the probation officer is able to get in touch with her again. I know her mother works nights, so this would be the time that she was probably asleep. And I'm concerned that that might be part of the problem.
Ms. Washington, does Ms. Smith have prior referrals to the department?
Yes, she does, Your Honor.
And that was for?
She just completed the probation of assault on a public servant. That probation, she completed it on January the 7th of this year.
She was on probation for a year, and that was out of Judge Smith's court?
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, she did have, for the FYI, she did have a psychiatric evaluation. She has her medications, trazodone, Zoloft, and Abilify, and she has been taking them.
Okay.
She have a psychological evaluation that was conducted on the 2nd. That report is due back on the 9th, which is tomorrow.
Okay.
The mom had some trouble getting the MHMR appointment to get the meds, and so they did it through juvenile probation.
And Ms. Washington, you've talked with mom, and she's willing to come get Ms. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to authorize her release, but I'll do so on the electronic monitor, given the fact that she was on a previous probation for an assaultive offense. Ms. Washington, let me check one more thing. I also either want her released on a sweat patch or to come in for weekly UAs. Given the fact that she was brought in a month ago and tested positive. So, all right. All right, that'll be the order of the court. Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Solange, medicine every day as prescribed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Make sure you come back to court next week, Ms. Smith, okay?
All right.
Hey, Your Honor, did you order sweat patch and random UAs or just one or the other?
one or the other, and I'll let y'all decide which is going to work best for her.
You can do
Okay,
the
thank
sweat
you.
patch.
Sweat patch?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would prefer that, but I know that that with COVID and everything, there are different restrictions going on. All right, Lionel Taylor, are you Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Gladstone, is here. I will note that the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. You've been level 1-0 for the last 4 days. And according to the police report, Fort Worth PD responded to a domestic disturbance on the 23rd of January. Upon arrival, they met with your mother, and she informed officers that she returned home and was informed by the 11-year-old nephew that you had slapped the 11-year-old nephew on the head when he did not get out of the chair that you wanted to sit in. When mom confronted you, you pushed her and slapped her allegedly. Okay. Then also threatened to kill her.
Can I say something?
No, you have the right to remain silent. And I imagine Mr. Gladstone wants you to keep quiet for right now. Okay.
Agree. I don't know.
Nope. No positive UAs. All right, Mr. Gladstone, what are your thoughts?
Judge, is there a parent here today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
My understanding is the mother is refusing to accept parental responsibility. A CPS case was already opened, so a new report has not yet been filed for that particular refusal. However, CPS has instructed me to go ahead and try to file another report.
In my understanding, that CPS representative came out and spoke to my client and had a conversation. So I guess if parent is not willing to take him back, I'm looking for the option of maybe placing him in a boys' home or CPS care to get him out of here.
All right, Mr. Richardson, Mr. Gladstone, let's give mom until Wednesday to change her mind. And I want mom and CPS or one or the other here on Wednesday. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Richardson, does he have any prior referrals to the department?
No, Your Honor. My understanding is that the family moved here December of 2020 from Missouri.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, you're level 1-0. You have been the last 4 days. I want you to maintain that until Wednesday. You do that, and that gives me a good reason to think that it would be okay to release you. However, we're going to give your mom a chance on Wednesday, and if mom's not here, then I'll release him to CPS. All right? As long as he's still level 1-0. Okay?
Question and clarification, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Do you want her in the building or can she Zoom?
She can Zoom in.
All right, yes, sir.
But I want to give her one more chance to rethink this decision. All right, Mr. Gladstone, will that work?
That'll work. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank y'all. All right, Mr. Thompson.
Give him a second, sir. He's in quarantine. They're walking the laptop down to him.
That'll work. Is that Wednesday? Ugh. I have had days like that. What time did I tell you? Noon. All right. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. All right, almost there, almost there.
How you doing?
All right, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir.
All right, nice and loud. Good, I can hear you. Mr. Thompson, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And I don't see Mr. Graham here, so I'm going to ask Ms. McGonigal to step in on your attorney's behalf. So the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. On January 24th, you were referred in custody by the Fort Worth Police Department for unlawfully carrying a handgun, more specifically a pistol. And Fort Worth police officers observed 5 juvenile males quickly exit a Chevy Tahoe, walk into a convenience store. A few moments later, officers observed the, Tahoe quickly exit the parking lot, driving at a high rate of speed. So they pulled him over. Officers told the other, well, let's see. Oh, report of a robbery. Oh, this just gets worse and worse. Eventually, the officer detained you and observed a silver 380 lying in the grass next to the building. Handgun was recovered. All right.
Excuse me, Judge.
Told you to wait till he finished talking.
Okay. So you have been level 1-0 since the 27th of last month. That's great. You have a prior DPP for state jail felony theft and misdemeanor evading arrest. Mr. Dotson, when did he complete that DPP?
July 24th, 2020.
Okay, so nearly 6 months ago before the current referral, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are you mom?
Yes, I'm mom. How you doing?
I'm better than I deserve, Mom. Mom, what's going on?
He got caught up with the wrong people in the wrong crowd.
Better than I deserve, Mom. That's what.
Traylon is not like that. I promise you. And I'm here to help him and support him in all matters. I just think, you know, he needed to sit down for them little 10 days to get his mind and stuff cleared, which is good. But I'm pretty sure if you release him today, sir, everything will go good further than that.
He's got a hearing before me next week, right?
I'm not for sure. He do?
On the 16th.
Oh, okay, on the 16th. Okay.
Okay. Now, you understand, I'm really scared that he already had a DPP for what we call a state jail felony.
Uh-huh.
And now he's caught with another weapon. You understand how that kind of scares me?
Yes, I do. I do understand how you scared, but you wouldn't have to worry about that. You wouldn't
have to worry about that. That's my job.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I know. And I'm sorry for saying that you don't have to worry about that, but I'm just saying he had got caught up with the wrong people in the wrong crowd, the wrong time.
Where'd he get
Mark
the
off
gun?
your bingo squares, folks.
You want to speak, Traylon?
Oh, no, I'm not asking him.
Oh, okay.
I'm not asking him. I'm asking you, Mom. Where'd he get the gun?
From my understanding, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you give it to him?
I didn't give him no. I wouldn't dare give him a gun. He's a minor. I wouldn't dare do that. And that ain't like Traylon to even carry a gun, to be around stuff like that. He wasn't raised like that. And I know for sure. I felt like, I can't even get my thoughts together. But I know for sure that I didn't raise him like that. He know better than that. He knows.
Tell me about it,
way
girl. It's
better
hard to
than
get your
me.
thoughts together.
And
Well,
it really messed me up when I heard the charges about the gun and that they try to put everything on him about robbing. So he don't do that.
Mom, let me ask you something. If I were to release him, I would be releasing him to your custody.
Yes.
And if he doesn't come back to court next week, if he cuts off an electronic monitor and runs, two bad things can happen. The first one is I will issue a warrant for his arrest. That concerns him. Second bad thing concerns you. I could issue a warrant for your arrest that results in you being taken to the Tarrant County Jail. And you would be held there until Traylon turns himself in, which that might be a day. That might be 6 months while he's on the run. Are you willing to go to jail for him?
I know for sure if you release him, we wouldn't even have to worry about all of that. You see what I'm saying? Because he's not going to do none of that. I talk to him every day. I feel like he got his mind together. You know how people got to go through stuff to see stuff? And I pray that he see, it seems like he see that them people that who he was around ain't meant for him.
But Mom, we know kids. They do things impulsively. He runs away.
No, Judge, I'm just saying he's not
But
going to.
but I gotta ask you.
Second chance.
But he was on DPP and he successfully completed it.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, can you have faith in me for my son? That's all I'm asking you. Can you have faith in me for my son?
Where's he go to school?
They was going to Trimble Tech.
Okay. How are his grades?
His grades is good.
What does good mean?
The lowest grade he had got was an 89.
In what class?
He really not good at math, but like reading and all the other stuff is good. But his brother helped him as well. They both in the 9th grade.
Okay, well, that's a bad sign if they both in 9th grade. Let's just say that, guys. Also, great reminder, Jonathan Hart. Check your smoke detectors, folks. If they're beeping, please change them. If you don't have the money to change them, let us know. Or contact your local fire department and they will help you with that. It's really important for people, especially if you don't have the money for it. Please call your local fire department and they will help you change your batteries in your smoke detector. I almost guarantee it. I mean it. If they don't, come back and talk to me about it. Name that fire department and shame them, and I will fucking talk about them all day long, and I will send you the batteries. Okay? Just know that.
So that, help each other.
How's his brother?
His brother is 14.
Okay. So Traylon's a year behind in school?
Yeah, I had held him back in elementary so he could, because he wasn't catching on like the other student was in his grade level. So I held him back. All I'm just saying, if you just work with me, have faith in me, for my sake, for my son, you won't even have to worry about this. And yes, I do. I would want to monitor for him. I'm a single parent. It's kind of hard, but I know what I need to do for him. Me and him already had a long talk. I hate that he got to go through this, but I'm telling you, if you have faith in me, you won't even have to worry about seeing us again until the 16th. That's the next hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just saying, that's all I asked of you.
Did you hear about Larry Beaver?
Where's he getting the marijuana, Mom?
Hey, Judge, don't ask. No snitching. Stitches get stitches.
But you know what? I was working nights. My manager switched me over to mornings so I can watch them more closely. I'm just telling you all the things that I'm going to be doing to prevent all this. Because I was working at nights. I mean, I had my brother and them to go check up on him while I'm at work and stuff, but you know, I still have to work at the end of the day. But all that stuff he was doing and whatever he was doing and who he was around, it won't be like that.
Do you work on Saturdays, Mom?
No, I had her to request me off on Sundays because I told her that's family time. But I asked her, you know, just to work. She know what's going on with my son because I communicate with my boss.
Mom, that didn't answer my question. Do you work on Saturday nights?
I don't work on Saturday nights no more. I was before. Because I need to be.
When's the last time you worked on Saturday night?
Saturday night.
Maybe like 2 weeks ago. Maybe like 2 weeks ago.
Whoops. Isn't there a Spice Girls song that Saturday night? Let's look that.
Mr. Victor Dotson, sorry, Mr. Dotson.
Yes, sir.
This is his fourth referral.
Yes, I think that included one of them prevention intervention situations also. Let me make sure.
What was that prevention intervention?
It's a program that they do for young kids that I guess, like in her case, single mom. It's a intervention program to try to help Traylon, I guess, because his dad wasn't there, to not go down this path. That's my understanding with that program. I don't know how he qualified for it. I don't know.
That was in 2015, and he didn't have anything until his previous DPP for evading and theft.
We had evading in June of 2019 that was supervisor caution. Then in August is when he had the theft of property and another one that he got DPP for.
Oh, I'm showing the offense date of June 23rd.
Yeah. Okay. They put them together then. Okay. Because the first referral was June 23rd for the evading, but the other referral with the theft of property was in August. So they DPP both of those together.
Okay.
Well, in the process, they supervised caution the evading and they put them on DPP for the theft. Looks like.
I'm going to authorize his release on the sweat patch and the electronic monitor. He's on house arrest until he has to come to court next week. If he has a single EM violation, Mr. Dotson, please let me know, and I will issue the DTA. I will also consider whether or not to issue a warrant for Mom's arrest. Because Mom, I'm going to release him to you. You're responsible for making sure he stays at home. Doesn't go anywhere. If he wants to go to church, he can watch church online.
Okay, so we can't go to church. Just watch it online.
You can watch it online at least until the hearing next week.
Wait,
Okay?
I have a question for him.
And then I'll consider adjusting that next week on whether or not he can go to church in person. Okay.
Okay. I have one more question. So he can't leave the house, period.
Period. Unless he's got a doctor's appointment that Mr. Dotson is verified. That's the only thing. He needs to be doing school virtually.
Okay. Yeah, they do that. They do that now. They have started doing virtual. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I expect him to be completing the classwork at Trimble like you told me he'd be doing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I expect that math grade to go from 89 to 90 next week, okay?
We trying to get it there. We
All
trying
right,
to get
that'll
it
be
there.
ordered for it.
Yeah, you said sweat patch. You want a sweat patch?
And electronic monitor.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Don't bring in the next child, please. Section 5408 of the Texas Family Code provides that when a child or children is under the age of 14, the hearings are to be closed to the public. And
Yeah, I'm prepared for that exactly 100% right now. Could have been dancing because it's Sundays. In our world, Sunday is fun. Okay, here we go. Next one. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm now having a good time. So, sir, that is a big costume choice, okay? Mask completely. Shh. Copyrighted music.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I like your bow tie, sir. Anyone know the song I'm listening?
Behind your head, as that tends to shadow out your face. If you are not an officer of the court, meaning if you are a parent, you're expected to have your camera on. Trying to think, no portion of this broadcast may be recorded, copied, or published. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. I think this I need over. That sounds about it. All right, so we'll go with Aiden Aldaco. Are you Aiden?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a kid's brought into our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, then the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you are here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Alfred as your attorney for this case. All right, Aiden. So you're 16 years old. This all started, well, you were 13 with the burglary of a building. Mr. Vickerson, this is interstate compact. Was it another state that came here or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what state did his offense come out of?
Well, interim is another county, I believe, Your Honor.
Oh,
So it came from another county in Texas.
All right, so then in May of 19, you were adjudicated delinquent for possession of marijuana under 2 ounces, which you received probation for. Then now while you're out, let's see, this is probation is expired. So let's see, yesterday at about 6:30 in the afternoon, police were called for dispatch to a fight call. They got there, didn't find a fight, but then victims called the police and they'd been assaulted and the suspects were banging on their door. So the police went there, suspects had left. 2 male victims, 1 female victim, all 18 and 19 years old. They all had serious injuries to their face and head, busted lips, swollen eyes, cuts, and a broken tooth. Victims reported that they went to go meet Aiden and his 17-year-old friend to fight. Aiden ran up one of the males, began hitting him in the face and head, but the victim left, and then began to hit the other male victim. The victim fell to the ground, and they continued to assault him. The female tried to pull Aiden and the companion off the victim. She was thrown. Ma'am, we can't have domesticated animals in a court hearing. All right?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to mute it. I can't get it.
Okay, ma'am, the dog is in another room, correct? Like we won't be hearing the dog if I have to ask you questions? You're on mute.
I don't believe you'll hear him though, sir. Somebody was banging on the door. I apologize.
Okay. Okay, the female victim tried to pull Aiden, the companion, off the victim, but she was thrown to the ground and then kicked in the face and head. The two victims were eventually able to run away as well. And Aiden and his friend were located later. They denied being in the fight, but they had blood on their hands and clothes. Then they admitted to being in the fight, but that he was hit first. He was brought over here. A month ago, you were brought by the Grapevine PD for assault bodily injury. They're saying in December, police were dispatched to an assault. They got there, the medics were treating a 13-year-old victim for injuries. He and his friends were playing basketball against Lee and Aiden. Aiden was upset because he was losing the game. Aiden thought the victim was trash talking Grapevine, so he started to punch the victim in the face, who's from Louisville. Fell to the ground, and he continued to punch him in the face. He had injuries and a cut, and Aiden admitted to the event, to the events. The case was filed in December, and we're set for court for March 16th. All right, Mom, why is your son getting all these fights? Mom,
Sorry.
you're on.
I'm here. I'm not really. I don't know what happened last night. I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I know what they're telling me. I know what I was able to find out through other witnesses. I don't know what happened today or last night. A month ago, the kid came to the house and apologized to Aiden, actually. So I'm not. I know you can't talk about that today, but I'm not really sure what's going on, honestly, sir. I haven't had a problem with him at home. He helps out a lot. He goes to school. He doesn't really have a problem with school at all. Sorry, I'm not used to this Zoom stuff.
Please keep your camera still. Mr. Richardson, did we give him a drug test?
We offered him the opportunity this morning, Your Honor. He was not able to provide a sample 2 different times this morning.
Sorry.
He said that they did one last night, but there's no record of that. He said that it was positive for marijuana. So I'm following up on that.
Your Honor.
Sir,
We just
you have the right to
conducted
remain
one.
silent. Your attorney does not want you to talk. Is that right, Ms. Salford?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Dixon, can you find out why we didn't give him a drug test last night when he came? Because he came in fairly early.
Yes,
So-
I can find out, Your Honor. I don't know why that wasn't done. When I saw that it wasn't done this morning, I asked them to do one right away.
Okay. All right. So, Aiden, I'm going to let you know whenever when a child refuses to give me a drug sample, I just assume you're positive for everything. I assume you're positive for cocaine, heroin, PCP. That's everything. And that's just part of you refusing a drug test. All right. I'm also concerned that you're pending an assault case and now you're involved in a fight. Even if the fight was mutual combat, I think this is the time that you're supposed to step out and step away and not get involved in fights, especially with serious injuries. So at this point, I'm concerned about your safety and the safety of the community. If I was to release you, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. So I see that your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I think Ms. Alford's okay with you asking me a question. But if you want to tell me something, I'm fairly certain she does not want you to tell me anything. All right. So do you have a question for me or do you want to tell me something?
I need to tell you something.
Okay. Your attorney does not want you to tell me anything. Okay. Now, if you insist on telling me something, I'm not going to stop you, but I need you to understand that I am telling you, do not tell me anything. Your attorney is telling you, do not tell me anything. Okay?
But sir, I did take a drug test this morning.
Okay. So Mr. Vickerson so somebody's lying then.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Well, Your Honor, I'll find out and I will get back to the court after detention hearings on the results of if that's true.
Okay. And then please let me know why detention is telling you one thing when the truth is something else. I mean, this is a problem that we need to fix. If they're actually administering drug tests and then telling you that they're not, then we have a bigger issue here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, literally, you could ask the people in this room, they watched me take the drug test.
Okay. So is this the time you're telling me how to do my job?
No, sir.
All right. So I'm detaining you. Ajathine Austin.
Right here, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Austin, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Mr. Shoemaker is your attorney.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hello, Mr. Shoemaker.
How are you?
You look like Frank Adler from that camera picture.
I'm sorry.
Your haircut and your glasses make you look like
Oh,
Mr. Lofton. Doesn't he look like Frank Adler in that picture?
I'm not sure I know.
He
Frank.
looks better than Frank Adler in that picture. I mean, that's
The mask does me wonders, Judge.
that is amazing, actually. That you're correct, Your Honor. I mean, that's anyway.
Do you have a mask on? Do you have a mask by you, by the way?
Do I have a mask by me?
No, does Frank have one? I'm just.
Does Frank?
Frank's here on Zoom.
I'll say this: if Frank was a superhero, this would be like the scene where he drinks the potion and becomes the villain with the mask on, because that's anyway, I apologize. I know the court didn't ask, but wow.
I didn't know I was
Frank
white.
is one handsome man too, so I mean that's
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Austin, you're 15 years old. You're here. Well, first, you're level 1 outstanding. You're here in an aggravated robbery case. Victim spoke with the police saying working at AT&T store. Suspects entered, pointed a gun, took him back room. When they were leaving, they took the victim's iPhone, was able to track back. The FBI got involved, arrested them in Dallas. And Ajathine can be identified by his shoes and jacket. Miss Guerrero was he the one with a gun in the video, or was he a bystander?
He was not with the gun, Judge.
He was the one holding.
No, he was
no,
not.
he was not. Okay.
Judge, if I might, I think at our last hearing, there had been some previous confusion that he did have a gun. I think after everyone's had the opportunity to examine the photographs, it's clear that he did not.
Okay. So, and you're level 1 outstanding, which is good for you, Ajathine. I guess my question, Ms. Guerrero, is why did his level go to level 1 outstanding 2 days ago? What was he before?
On the first, Judge, he was a level 1 acceptable because he was overplaying. I guess they warned him about 6 times about that.
Okay. How far did he drop down?
Level 1 acceptable?
That's the lowest he's been? I'm sorry, how far did he drop down during his stay here?
That's the lowest that he's been, because of course when he came in, they start him at a level 2 outstanding, but that's the lowest that he's dropped to, a level 1 acceptable.
Does he live in Dallas County?
Yes, Judge, but I was told by his attorney that he would be living with an aunt in Rowlett.
Yes, sir. That's correct. His aunt, Cherie Cole, I think if Miss Guerrero is available this afternoon, is going to call Miss Guerrero and give all his living arrangements and kind of an exit plan to Miss Guerrero.
Gotcha. All right, so Miss Guerrero, have you seen the video?
No, sir.
Okay. So my main question is, there's 3 people coming in the store. There was 1 gun identified in the video or through the police report, right, Miss Guerrero?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I did see the still of the 3, and there was 1 individual holding the gun.
Okay. And the individual, the individual carrying the gun, the clothes he was wearing did not match the clothes that Mr. Austin was wearing when he was arrested shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Austin, seems like you've shown me that you can behave. You can follow the rules here at detention by keeping your behavior level up. Being overly playful is something that sometimes I can forgive. Not always, but it seems like you've shown a pattern of behavior over a length of time that this is just kind of a one-off thing that makes me feel more comfortable releasing you. So, do you have a parent here?
Judge, no. I don't see his sister on here, and I know that, like I said, the attorney told me that his aunt was going to reach out to me.
Right. Okay, so this is what I want to do, Ms. Guerrero and Mr. Shoemaker. I'm okay releasing this child, all right? However, that aunt has to understand under the family code, if she's the one that takes possession of the child, she is the one responsible for returning the child to court. All right?
Yes, sir.
If she fails to return if the child fails to appear in court when required, then there can be a warrant issued for her arrest. And she has to have that understanding before she signs the papers for us to release him. All right. So Ms. Guerrero, make sure she understands that. And if she whatever responsible adult wants to take possession of this child, then I'm okay releasing him. Ms. Guerrero, do you think electronic monitor is probably appropriate on this one, or?
I would say for safety reasons, yes, sir.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that just based on the severity of the offense. So right now, Ajathine, I'm signing a detention order because there is no responsible adult to take you. Okay. However, when one does come up and talk to Ms. Guerrero and is agreeing to take possession of you and willing to accept the responsibility in case you run off, that they could sit in jail until you show up to court, then we'll go ahead and sign a release order for you with electronic monitor. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, but now I'm going to warn you, if your behavior level drops in between now and when your mom or sister or whoever picks you up, then you're not getting out. You still have to be level 1 outstanding. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So you can ruin this deal, but as long as you do what you're supposed to do, then we'll release you as soon as we can find adults to take you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Austin. Thank you for behaving while you're back there. Thank you for showing me. But you understand what this means. This is like, you can't be slow to comply at home, right? If your aunt gives you a DNA, what's a DNA?
Do not associate.
Yeah, if she gives you a do not associate, what do you got to do?
Do what she said. Don't
Not associate, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, of course, you can't associate with the 2 people that you're arrested with. You understand?
Yes, sir.
That's no Snapchat, no Instagram, nothing. Do not associate, okay? All right. Mr. Shoemaker, were you going to say something?
Judge, I was just going to ask Ms. Guerrero, what would be the best time for me to have Ms. Cole contact you?
I will give her a call when I'm done with detention hearings. I have a few more.
Yes, ma'am. I will tell her to expect your call.
Thank you.
And you got my email with her number, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it.
I can't get over this. All right, Dallas Carter. Frank, did you see it? You saw the resemblance?
I saw it. I didn't know I was white. And of course, Trent's got something to say all the time.
Trent always has something to say.
He has no
I'm just a
filter.
caveman. These Zoom hearings frighten me. So
Can't help himself.
Okay. All right, Mr. Carter. Oh, you're out of custody, right? All right, Mr. Carter, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I have asked for this hearing because I would decide whether to leave you in the community or to take you into custody. If I take you into custody, the law says you
If I sing, I will get copyright striked. So I am singing loudly, but on my own. I hope you guys are all having a good night. Please make sure you've liked the video. Let's have a good night until it's over. We've got another half an hour or so. Plus my talking, singing, dancing, antics. You know how it is. I love ya.
You have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Daniels is your attorney on this case. So let's go back, Mr. Carter. Back January 12th, Arlington PD brought you in for burglary of a vehicle, failure to ID, by giving false information. They were saying at about 11 o'clock at night, they were dispatched to a suspicious person call. When the officer met them, they saw 2 black males acting suspiciously near a vehicle. So one of the people, identified as you, seated in the front right passenger seat, and they said after the 2 people saw him, they ran from there to a wooded area. Officers then found 3 people matching the description nearby at a gas station. There was a field lineup, and the caller identified 2 people. And one of them being Ethan Brown. Then the officers, when they're talking, realized that Ethan Brown was actually Dallas Carter and that you were a runaway. And so you were escorted home and released to your mom. 4 days later, You were brought in Arlington Police Department for possession of marijuana in a drug-free zone. One of the police, while at Nichols Junior High, a student told a teacher that another student smelled like weed, so you were escorted by the police. There was an administrative search, and they found a blunt in your backpack. You admitted it was yours, and you smoked with your friends before school, and the lab confirmed it to be marijuana. And then you're out on these two cases when 2 days ago, Arlington PD brought you in. About 4:45 in the afternoon, they were dispatched to apartments about a burglary. Maintenance workers saw 3 juveniles jump the fence, go into the vacant apartment, and courtesy officer went there, found 3 juveniles, and the door was damaged, locks damaged, shoe print on the door, damage to sheetrock, and one of the juveniles said he was Corey Baker, and they admitted his name was Dallas Carter. And so they all brought over here. You were evidently on DPP, so you were given a chance to make this all go away if you could just follow the rules and do what you're supposed to do. But yet we give you a drug test, and it seems like you're on DPP for giving a fake name to the police, and for criminal, let's see, and then DPP for possessing weed at school. And then now you're brought in for giving a fake name to the police, and now you're continue to smoke weed. So you have learned absolutely nothing from your experiences here. So Mr. Carter, I'm gonna go ahead and detain you. I feel like you are a danger to yourself as well as to the community, and you're just not learning. So at this point, yeah, you need to listen to your mom and just not talk. All right. So at this point, man, I don't even know what to say to you. I mean, you knew what the rules were. You had multiple chances, and you just don't care. You're going to do what you want to do. Mom, I have a feeling he kind of has this attitude with you on a daily basis. So hopefully we can help him and make him make better decisions going forward. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Cell phones or money, and if they stick out your pocket and give it to your mom.
You don't have nothing on you? That's because it can get lost.
I don't have nothing on me.
Pockets outside.
All right, so the next one, Ms. Grant, has been waived. You have Miles Lewis.
Listen for just a second, please. Dallas, go back there, act like you have some sense. That's all I'm asking, because it can get so much worse, okay?
Mr. Carter, you need to listen to your mom. Here's the thing. There's no situation in life that's so bad that you can't make it worse. All right, the problem here is you have certain rules and expectations. You didn't follow them, and now you're being held accountable. Why don't you sit down? Because I don't even think you're listening to me. Mr. Carter, please have a seat.
Sir, can I explain?
There's no situation in life that you can't make it worse, right? So I'm telling you, you had expectations, you had rules that you were supposed to follow. You decide you're not going to follow it. You're showing me that you haven't learned anything by giving a fake name to the police or by you're not supposed to smoke weed. The fact that you haven't learned anything makes me think, well, you know what? Am I just wasting my time? You just not want to listen?
No.
I mean, if you don't want to listen to me, then I'm not going to say anything. Right? I'm trying to impress upon you, make sure you understand what I'm looking for in you, so you understand how this works. Right? I'm expecting you just to not break the law. That's all I'm expecting. So show me that you can't break the law and things are good. But if you're going to do what you want to do, right, and act a fool, like even when you're talking back to your mom right now, right, that's showing me a lack of respect for your mother. So that's why here at detention, I want to see you get to level 1 outstanding, follow the rules, behave. That tells me I can let you go home to your mom where you can respect her. That's what I'm looking for, is you show respect for the rules, you show respect for authority, you show respect for the law. That's all I'm asking for. It's not that hard. But if you're going to do it your way, you and I have problems for the next 6 years of your life. All right? So, I mean, take it or leave it. It may mean nothing to you. I'm just trying to give you advice. Believe it or not, I'm not working against you. I'm actually trying to help you. All right? So think about it a little bit. And if it's not worth your thought, then that's fine. I'm not offended. I'm offering this with the spirit of trying to help you and make your life better.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Miles Lewis. Mr. Lewis, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We've appointed Mr. Lofton.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So Miles, you're 16, almost 17. So you've never been here before.
Sir.
Let's see, a second. Ms. Paxton, I see here. Oh, wait, no, he was here in 2020. Like exactly a year ago today. Or yesterday for burglary of a vehicle and identity theft. Paxton, what's going on with those cases?
Let me look real quick, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna look real quick and see.
Wait, are these supposed to be, so in the present offense, it says 20. Does it supposed to be 21?
And I'm so tired and so old, and God, it's never been so cold. And it is 85 degrees. I don't know what I need.
Oh, you know what? There's a line break.
Now.
No, it says 2320, but the next line says 21. So
He had the only previous thing he had was prevention and intervention back in 15.
okay.
And so those are current offenses.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just reading it wrong.
That's a little confusing.
All right. So Miles, you haven't been arrested before. You're almost 17 years old. So you almost made it to adulthood. Let's see. Mansfield PD brought you in yesterday at 3:40 in the morning. There's a suspicious persons call. Police got there. There's a Honda Civic with 2 people in it. They ran a vehicle check and the license plates were taken from another vehicle. So they went in there, talked to you, who was a front passenger and a 17-year-old driver. There were tobacco products in the vehicle, so they searched you two. Your friend had 2 checks in his wallet that belonged to David Gonzalez. So they took the checks, searched the vehicle, located several stolen driver's licenses and other ID forms, several iPhones, and a pair of AirPods. They also found 2 pistols under the driver's seat. Police spoke to 2 victims that the doorbell camera footage showed Miles trying to break into one vehicle and companion breaking into another. So you were detained and transported here. Ms. Paxton, did they put the weapons cases on the 17-year-old?
I am not aware if they did or not, Your Honor.
All right, so Mom, are you Mom?
Yes.
My first question is, why is he out at 3:40 in the morning?
That's my question, sir. I was asleep. I was assuming that Miles was asleep in his bedroom. I don't condone bad behavior.
Right.
I'm highly disappointed and I just want better. I don't know.
No, we both. So, Mom, you've done a great job with this kid. If he's made it, he's 3 months from being 17 and he's never been arrested before. So it seems like he's probably a good kid that, see, what I'm trying to figure out is this just one bad decision they got picked up for, or is this ongoing behavior I have to be worried about?
I will honestly tell you that I am having issues with Miles.
You are having issues?
I am. I'm a single mother. I love him to death. He's not the worst kid. The foundation have been laid. He will tell you, yes, sir, no, sir. He means well. I think he's getting caught up with the wrong people. And I'm just praying for a change and I don't want it to go any further. And I'm hoping that this is a mistake and that he have learned from it and he will make the utmost changes so he can be the best citizen. So that is my desire, that is my prayer, and that is what I hope for. And that is the honest God truth.
Okay, so Mom, 2 questions for you. What are his grades like?
Miles has been struggling in school. Miles has ADHD. COVID did not help. So his grades are average. They could be better. And I do struggle to make sure he stay on task. And I push every day for greatness. He's normally a great sports athlete, have full potential, and just life can take advantage of him, but I want him to know this is a mistake that could have cost him his life. He got to do better.
Yeah, people get shot breaking the cars.
I know. I'm aware. That could have been his life.
Yeah. So when you say his grades are all right but could be better, what kind of is he passing everything?
He's passing. I think he maybe fell in one class at this particular time.
Okay. Is he in person school or online?
He's online.
Online. Okay. Is Mansfield ISD not doing in person?
He goes. He actually is not going online. He's hybrid. He just started back going in person to try to make sure he could stay on point. He's going 2 days like a hybrid system.
Is that helping him?
I think they're going in a couple of days helps him stay more focused and be more diligent. Yes, sir.
I'm asking, in your opinion, is that helping him?
What?
Going hybrid, going some in person.
He has to go some in person. I think he struggles trying to do it alone.
Yeah. Have you noticed it's helping him?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's
Does he prescribe medication for his ADHD?
I just contacted MHMR to try to get him back on something to get him focused and ask him. Of course, he didn't want it, but I was like, baby, between you and I, you need something to help you stay focused. Okay. Whatever it takes, let's figure it out. So I just contacted MHMR again to try to get him back on something.
So he does not have a prescription yet?
Not today, but he has had prescriptions. He has been diagnosed years ago with depression and ADHD. Yes.
Does he have an appointment set up yet?
I just talked to the care intaker. No, I need to make sure that there's an appointment set up.
Is he receiving 504 services?
Yes, he's been under 504 since he was like 5 years old. I mean, since he was like 5th grade. I'm sorry.
Okay. What siblings are in the home?
A sister who
How old is she?
She's 18.
Okay. Any other siblings?
One other, no, just he has other siblings, but only one in the home.
Okay. Does your son use drugs? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm questioning it at this point, though. No, no, seriously.
Mom, you know.
I've considered. I think he smoked cannabis before.
Right.
I do.
Okay.
But I'm not sure exactly what he does.
Oh, I understand.
Truthfully, I question. I asked. I want him to be straight and narrow, but I don't know.
Okay. All right. So Miles, these are minor offenses in the big picture of things. They're just things that can lead to much bigger things. All right. I'm going to let you know, had the police put those guns, even one of those guns on you, I would be detaining you right now. No questions asked. It's not even an issue. When a kid is caught with a gun, I always detain them. Well, not always. There's exceptions. But generally, everyone knows they're being detained. Just, it's a safety issue. I'm not comfortable with the fact there were guns in the car, but there's nothing that said that the police felt like you were associated with it or you even knew about it. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I also really like your mom, right? There's something about her where she actually cares. There are a lot of moms that show up here with an attitude. They just think that that their kids are worthless or their kids are little angels. But your mom's keeping it real with me. She's telling me what it is. She's saying you're good. She's saying the bad. She's laying it out there and trusting me to make a decision. As a judge, that makes me want to trust her more because she's being straight up with me, right? And I will lay it out there and let her make her decision the best she can. So at this point, what I'm inclined to do is I'm inclined to release you on electronic monitor. The reason why for the electronic monitor is because it was 3:40 in the morning. You were supposed to be at home. So obviously this may be the first time or this may be the 100th time that you've snuck out while your mom's sleeping, but either way, that's unacceptable. Now, before I actually sign this order to release you, I'm going to ask you a question, and I don't want you to answer the question yet. The question I'm going to ask you is, if I give you a drug test, are you going to be positive for any kind of substance you shouldn't be? Since you are not taking your prescription right now, you should be clean for everything. Now, before you answer this question, there's 3 ways this works out. I'm going to ask you, if I ask you if you're clean, if I give you a drug test, you tell me that you're clean, then no problem. You go home today. Like your mom leaves this courtroom, sits in a waiting room, they check you out, put you with electronic monitor, and you go home with your mom. You actually get to have lunch with your mom today. The other answer is you tell me that you're dirty. We'll give you a test to see how dirty you are. And then I'll probably make you stay here until you're level 1 outstanding, which is about 3 days, just to show that you can follow the rules. You understand that I understand that I can trust you to listen to your mom, and she knows, well, I know that you're able to behave. It's not a you can't do it and it's unfair. It's that you can do it and you're just choosing not to if I was to release you and you don't follow your mom's rules. The third option is you tell me that you're clean and you actually test dirty, then I'm actually going to keep you in here for probably about a week. It's going to be level 1 outstanding and you got to hold it for 3 days. So it's up to you. So it'll take about a week for you to get out of here just to prove to me that you can behave and that you understand there's consequences to lying to the court as well. All right. So, Mr. Lewis, if I give you a drug test today, are you going to be clean or dirty?
The only thing I would say, I'll probably.
No. There's 2 answers. Either you're clean or you're dirty. You have to give me an answer. You have to pick one or the other.
Probably dirty, but not that much dirty.
No. You got to. It's not a probably. Are you going to be clean or dirty?
Dirty.
Dirty. What are you going to be dirty for?
Marijuana.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mom, we'll give him a drug test. If he's dirty, then he has to get to level 1 outstanding, which it takes 3 days, the quickest. Yesterday would have been day 1. I think yesterday would have been day 1. And then he will be able to go home with you. The way the weekend works out, it'll be Monday. All right. And then we'll actually give him probably random urinalysis on this and just make sure that he's not using marijuana. But he will. Part of this, Mom, is so he understands the rules. The rules we have here in our facility are going to be very similar to the rules that you expect your son to do. Things like if you tell him to do something, he has to do something, right? If you tell him to do chores, he's got to do chores. If he can't hang out with certain people, he can't. That's what we call here a do not associate. All right. If you say do not associate with this, well, all the words I can think of. If it's not good for him to be around certain people, you just tell him and he shouldn't do it. But he has to prove that to me here first. So that way we know this is not an ADHD mental health issue. This is a Miles making a bad decision or refusing to do what he's supposed to do issue. All right. That's what I'm looking for. So Miles, we'll give you a drug test, see what the levels are. As long as it's only THC, I will release you on the first business day that you are level 1 outstanding. Okay? All right, Mom, do you have any questions for me?
Yes, what happens after that, sir?
After that, there's a case pending. The probation officer will stay in touch with you. The attorney will stay in touch with you. This is a case where I feel like my honest opinion, Mom, is you and I together, we can set Miles on the right path and he will not sink into bad decisions. Right? This is not, he cannot be committed to TJJD for this. These are misdemeanors. This is really just kind of a decision-making process issue that hopefully the court and the parent, we can work together on this and set Miles on the right path.
My goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Miles.
I love you.
You too.
Joseph Navarez, I believe Mr. Decoria Montague has waived.
How you doing, Judge Kim?
Hey, Mr. Navarez. I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good, sir. Maintain.
Good. All right. So, Mr. Navarez, this is one currently subject to the state filed writ of mandamus?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Joseph, do you understand what's going on? Well, first, this is a detention hearing. You understand what's going on? I have to review your case, decide whether to keep you, release you. You have the right to remain silent, right to an attorney.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Joseph, do you understand what's going on in your case? Did
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Adler have a chance to really explain this to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you understand the people above me, the Second Court of Appeals, decided that your case is an important case, that they are breaking their schedule and putting everything on hold to make sure that they deal with this first. Okay.
Yes.
So this is something, like I said, kind of impacts every court across the state of Texas. This is this is about during the age of coronavirus, when we can and cannot go forward and how we can or cannot get forward. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just letting you know that I am by law, I'm ordered to not do anything with your case. Like I can't touch it, can't do anything. Your attorney, they dumped a bunch of work on him to do in a very short period of time. So he's working on that. I just want to make sure that you understand what's going on. We cannot go forward because there's a court order saying I cannot go forward.
Judge Kim, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So that means I'm not gonna have a court anytime soon?
Well, I don't know. It depends on judges. I make a very big effort to make sure all these cases move forward, like at a steady pace to get done. Not all judges do that. So they're going to do what's, so Mr. Navarez, what you have to understand is for some legal issues are so big and so important that judges cannot rush it. They have to be very careful and take their time doing it. And your case happens to maybe fall under that. And so it's not a your fault thing. This is just a very unique, one of a kind scenario. All right.
Okay, sir.
So just to let you know, you are level, wait a minute. Why'd you just get back to level 1 today?
Oh, cause I'm gonna be honest with you, Just Kim. I was a 1A yesterday. The reason I was a 1A because they took my points because I took a little long in the shower.
That's the only reason, Ms. Guerrero? Is that it? You're on mute, Ms. Guerrero.
I'm pulling up his information right now.
Because I didn't have my mask on. Something. I know it wasn't that serious because I don't be tripping in the bag. I be trying to,
Hold on a second. Wait for Ms. Guerrero.
There it says on 2-3 out of uniform 3 times, profanity times 3.
Oh, no.
Oh, come on. Mr. Navarez. All right. The uniform, the mask. I understand. I don't like the mask either, but man, you got to watch your language.
You just can't.
There's ladies present, right?
Yes, I ain't knew they take me up for that, but because they told me it was something about my mask and like, because I got out the shower like a little late. So,
okay.
Well, I'm chilling though. I'm chilling.
Okay. Well, I'm not mad about this. Okay. So we don't have a parent here, do we?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Navarez, given the severity of your offense, I need to detain you. Okay.
Sure.
So, but I just want to make sure we have this face to face. I just want to show you the respect of explaining what's going on in your case. Okay.
Judge Kim, can I request to talk to my attorney?
Well, he can call you, but I can't. There's other kids behind you, so I can't stop things just for you to talk to your attorney.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Navarez. Emiliano Paez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Paez. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Do you mind sitting up? You're in court. The law says when a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here, to release you if I keep you here. The law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So, Mr. Paez, you've never been here before. No, wait. This is from November. Oh, you were here in November. So you have a pending case for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, evading arrest with a motor vehicle, and evading arrest on foot. So I'm guessing Mr. Gary, accused of stealing a car, running from the police in the car, and then stopping, running on foot? Okay, so yeah, stolen vehicle. There's a police light, chase the vehicle north side, stopped. Emilio and the passenger got out, took off running in different directions. Female stayed in the vehicle. All right, so February 3rd, we issued a warrant for you since there was a curfew alert on February 2nd. And you broke the electronic monitor restrictions about 4 o'clock to 6:30. You were outside the home, and there was no scheduled timeout. So, Ms. Segura, did we look to see, did he just stay on the property but outside the house?
No, Your Honor, he was actually at a dentist appointment.
Oh, okay, that's the next paragraph. All right, so mother texted us asking time to go to dentist appointment on February 2nd. And we said we'd not approve it until she called us to discuss a curfew alert from January 28th. When you got home at 2 o'clock, you were at the Pizza Bistro at Whataburger, and Mom did not let us know. So we also found out on the same day that your middle school told us you were enrolled on December 10th and you have excessive absences. You last logged on to school on January 12th and never attended a full day of school. Do we have a parent here?
No, Your Honor, mother had to work.
Mr. Paez, if you're not going to school, then I'm going to make sure you go to school. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. And we'll see you at the 10-day hearing. If you can show me that you can get the level outstanding, follow all the rules, I think I'm likely to give you another chance again. But you have to understand that school is very, very important to me. If you're just going to skip school, then I have to keep you here. Okay? And that's just the way it's going to be. All right, thank you, Mr. Pius.
Thank you, Judge.
Danny Parker. That is got to be the dumbest reason to go to detention, because you can't log in to online school. All right, Mr. Parker, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here, release you if I keep you here. You have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Houston. Dwayne, are you here? Oh, there we go. Good morning, Dwayne. All right, so Mr. Parker, you just turned 17. Happy birthday.
Thank
Let's see, back in July, let's see, in August, you were released from detention at a detention hearing. Mom moved out of Tarrant, went to Abilene. You were supposed to be there. Then you were caught here back in Tarrant County in November. One of the Fort Worth surveillance cameras found you adjusting a waistband, looking like you had a gun. You had a gun in your pocket. And so you were brought over here. And I think you were here for like vacation or trip or something. And you were positive for marijuana, methamphetamines, and amphetamines. So we did a placement search ordered at the last detention hearing. And we have completed the psychological. Court setting this is February 18th. And you're level 1 outstanding, and you've been level outstanding. Right. All right, Danny. You know why I've been detaining you, right? I've been tell you this every time. The street drugs, the methamphetamine, right? It just really worries me. I'm really concerned about releasing you until you actually have drug treatment. Okay. That's just, you've actually been really behaving really well. You know how I feel about guns, and I hold kids because of guns. I think you've done enough to show me I'm not worried about the gun. You give another weapon, the danger issue. My concern right now is you going back and using more.
Judge Kim wants access to this kid's high quality methamphetamine. He's like, hey, yo, I've been thinking. Sounds like you got some good shit. Could you share it with me?
More street drugs, okay? And that's my big thing. All right, that's what's making the decision for me. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding. I know it's not easy to keep it for that long without dipping down to level 1 acceptable. So you're doing a good job. I just need to let you, I want to give you the respect of telling you why I'm making this decision. It's a street drug issue. That's how serious it is. Okay? Right? So I'm going to go ahead and continue. We do have a hearing coming up, and the psychological report will come back. The placement search needs a psychological report. All right. So Danny, I just want you to be clean from street drugs and then move on with your life. I think you've got great things ahead of you, but it'll never happen unless you actually go through counseling and treatment for the street drug use. Okay? All right. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Quentin Sales. Sales, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. Been here for 10 days, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adeniji is your attorney. Good morning, Mr. Adeniji. And let's see, you're level 1 outstanding. I'm going to ask Mr. Houston, you got level 1 outstanding today. What happened?
Your Honor, I'm coming from Mr. Houston.
Okay.
He's level 1 outstanding today. Look like he's been on level 2 since January 27th. And on the 29th, he was written up for for defiance of staff instructions.
And this is after the escape attempt on New Year's Eve, right?
I think that was before the escape attempt.
Escape attempt was December 31st.
Yeah, and it showed he was written up on December 29th. I'm sorry. Yes, this was after the escape
Right,
attempt.
January. Right.
January 29th.
All right, Mr. Sales, trying to escape from a secure facility, that's huge. You're lucky they didn't charge you with a felony for that. But at this point, if you're trying to escape from here, that tells me that if I let you go, I don't think you'll come to court. So I've got to detain you. The law says that that's one of the factors I consider. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. I'm glad you're level outstanding. You're having some problems. Remember, all this stuff can come up in your final hearing to decide what to do with you. So you really need to behave back there. You need to do what you need to do. Okay,
Yes,
just don't play with the system. It all comes back against you. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sales.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Adniji. So at this point, these proceedings have been published on YouTube for the public to have meaningful access to these court proceedings. However, Texas Family Code Chapter 54.08C states that when a child is under 14 years of age, that court hearings are presumed to be closed to the public unless the court finds that the public or the child are better served by opening these proceedings to the public. This court, unable to make those findings, will now discontinue the live stream of these court proceedings. Please wait 20 seconds for the tape delay.
Please wait 20 seconds for the tape delay, Judge Kim will ask. And I will say, I'm going to talk a couple more seconds than 20. Thank you, Family Code 54.00C, which is the code that prohibits different proceedings from being played in regular court because they are family proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. It has been a wonderful evening. We've had quite a roller coaster. I will say that. I would say this is equivalent to going to a theme park in Florida, which I will be doing soon. If you watch from the beginning, reread the chat, you'll understand what I mean. Listen, I love all of you. I appreciate each and every one of you for what you bring to the chat, what you bring to the table, and even your problems. We love hearing about them. I think we proved it tonight. We don't even boot people that are being fucking dicks. Okay? I guess you can come and be a dick. I mean, it's not super pleasant. We would have had a nicer Sunday night if y'all weren't dicks. But, I mean, we put up with it. And who's still here? We are. You ain't here. So, reminder, I love you all. I'm proud of you. And I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Talk to you soon. Bye.